apologies for starting at 9:14 officially. We are having some technical issues on getting folks to get online. For the record, we will start the open session in person, and then we will proceed with closed session in our individual offices at City Hall to maintain the social distance that we need. And then we anticipate being in closed session for approximately an hour and coming back at approximately 10 o'clock for the rest of the public portion of the meeting. City Clerk, will you please engage in roll call?
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Soria. Here. Council Vice President Caprielio.
Here.
And President Arias.
Present. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes. 1 second. Okay, changes to the agenda include item 2C, adopt modifications required by law to the City of Fresno Deferred Compensation Plan. Is subject to mayor's veto. That's item 2C. Item 2E is an ed. Actions pertaining to the acquisition of 1625 G Street is being continued to October 22nd. Item 2AA, actions pertaining to contract with Pardini's Inc. for the administration of senior aid for food and resources. There's a correction to item number 1. The dollar amount is changed from $1,348,200 to $500,000. Item 2BB, actions pertaining to Fresno Arts and Culture Emergency Relief Grant Program. The sponsor should include Councilmember Carbasi, as well as the others that's listed there. Item 2CC is in Charlie, actions pertaining to the Fresno Nonprofit Emergency Relief Grant Program. The second resolution should read, Resolution, Direction to Staff to Create and Administer the Fresno Nonprofit Emergency Relief Fund. Item 2FF, actions related to United Healthcare Centers, constructions of clinics in the Southeast and West Fresno is being continued to October 22nd. Item 2GG, actions pertaining to CARES Act grant agreement with Housing Authority of the City of Fresno to provide interim housing for at-risk residents due to COVID is being continued to October 22nd, 2020. And I have 3 items that are being pulled. Item 2EE is being pulled by District 2. Item 2II and 2O is being pulled by District 6. Those are all the changes I have.
City Clerk, would you, for my convenience, repeat the items being pulled?
The items being pulled are 2EE by District 2, 2II, and 2O by District 6.
2II.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple other items that I want to pull for the consent. Do you want me to address that now or during consent?
These are just items being pulled from the agenda, not the ones from consent yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to set the agenda. Is there any items?
Okay, and I'm sorry. Could you repeat again what is being pulled from the agenda from the consent?
And let me just make sure.
These are just, what she referenced are being pulled from consent for a discussion.
Yeah, and did you want me to add to that? Because there's some
Yes.
others.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I wanted to pull 2G, 2O.
Give me 1 second, if you
Sure.
could. I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
sure, of course.
I note this correctly. 2G
Yes,
from D6.
yes. Two-
I'm already pulling 2O, so that's.
You're
pulled.
pulling 2O?
Yes.
Okay. 2BB. BB as in boy. 2CC as in Charlie. And 2DD as in David. And I think you mentioned 2II already.
Yeah. All right. Any other council members have items to be pulled from consent for individual discussion?
Pulling to
Council President,
Yes.
did we continue to GG?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's off the agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I pull 2L, please?
2L for consent, from consent?
Yeah, for discussion.
Okay, for discussion, D1, okay. Any other members wishing to pull items from the consent calendar for separate discussion? No, I do have one additional one, City Clerk.
Okay.
It is 2G. 2G, to be heard next week if possible.
Would it
2G.
Would it be possible to get someone to run down all of the items that were pulled?
We will, after we come back from closed session, we'll have the city clerk remind everyone what's being pulled.
And differentiate between what's been
Yes,
continued
tabled
versus
versus-
discussion.
Yeah, so, Councilmember Butterfield, I would like to table 2G
2G, okay.
to next week,
Yep.
if that works for you.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be tabled for next week, City Clerk. Any other items being tabled from the agenda or being pulled separately for discussion? If we see none, then we will adopt the budget. There's a motion, the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the budget?
Yeah, let's not do that
That's
yet.
amazing, that's amazing.
Motion to approve the agenda.
A second by Member Soria. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes.
Council President, could we skipped one important thing. It's called the Pledge of Allegiance. I think we should stand and salute our
Yes,
flag
we
and our country.
we were waiting for Councilman Bradfield to come back. So we're ready to do it. We can do it now.
Well, I can lead it as well. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Council. Councilman Bradfield, I do apologize for that Biden moment. It's been an early morning today. All right, City Clerk, the agenda is approved. Would the council wish to do ceremonial presentations before we go into closed session, or do it when we come back?
I need to do mine. People are waiting on screen.
Let's do that now.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm just hoping to get through this week. Just hoping to get through this week.
Yeah, unless you want to trade out. No? It's very awkward here, folks. I love my audience. You guys are great. It's good to see everybody. So good morning. And it's been a long time, and I'm happy to see that we're getting back into recognizing the hard work that's taking place in our community each and every day. So we're going to kick off today's ceremonial presentation by thanking and recognizing the contributions of farmers, ranchers, agricultural workers, and agriculturalists, as well as the contributions from the great university, Fresno State, as they prepare our leaders who are growing, innovating, and improving the agricultural industry. With that said, I'd like to introduce some VIPs, if I may. Dr. Dennis Neff, Dean of JCAST, Mark Salwasser, University Farm Manager, Anthony Camacho, ASI Senator for Jordan College, and Elizabeth Rocha Zuniga. She is the ASI President-elect. I don't know if they're on the screen or... all those that I just... my VIPs, if you guys will pop up or unmute or give me a technological phrase here. Because we love to... There we go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, it's great to see all of you.
Good morning.
There you are. There's my VIPs. Fantastic. Today we're going to pay tribute to the men and women who expand the opportunities for prosperity, economic growth, and development, food security by cultivating the land across our state. So as you all know, and we're telling the people out here, agriculture strengthens our economy and in our city. So today we express our gratitude to all those who feed and clothe us, who fuel our economy, and most importantly, inspire us with their determination and perseverance. So I want to thank them. And Dr. Neff, if you'd like to say a few words about the program and what we're doing and what you've achieved, the microphone is yours, sir. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Capriolio. We really appreciate this. I have with me today Mark Selwasser, who is our farm manager and works very closely with the various enterprise managers on our farm to help students understand what the hands-on part of the education that we offer at Fresno State. I'd also like to pay tribute to our ASI senator who represents the Jordan College, Anthony Camacho, and for his leadership, and our newly elected president of ASI, Elizabeth Rocha Zuniga. We're grateful for the recognition that the council gives to this important industry in our community, and we're so grateful to be able to train the next generation. But thank you.
Oh, it is my pleasure. You all have earned it, and the university is fantastic. So I'm facing the camera. I don't know what you can see. I don't want to turn my back to you, but this is the first time ever, so we're trying to get it organized here. So Samantha is doing her thing. We're good. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you'd please read this fantastic proclamation.
Whereas it is challenging to imagine a world without access to meat, fruits, vegetables, and clothes. Fortunately, there are a group of individuals who dedicate themselves to growing and feeding the world. Farmers play an important role in our society by fulfilling the basic needs with food and clothing. And whereas farming is one of the oldest and essential professions, it has remained one of the highest contributors to our economy, especially within Central California. Farmers, both men and women, are the backbones to America. And whereas they choose to work during sweltering heat and freezing cold to put food on our table and clothes on our back, to which not only do they awake with the sun and tend to crop, but remain up till late to review the accounts. And whereas the contributions of farmers, ranchers, agricultural workers, and archaeologists, Fresno County has grown to become one of the leading agriculture producing counties in the United States since 2013, with more than 5,600 farms producing more than 400 commercial crops and contributing more than $5.6 billion to the California economy. And whereas California State University, Fresno State, is a main contributor to the farmers in the Central California and across the country. Fresno States actively produce farmers and leading agriculturists who are growing, innovating, and improving the agriculture industry. The university recognizes the value and importance role that agriculture takes in feeding our nation while maintaining a strong economy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim October 12, 2020 as National Farmers Day, a day for everyone to acknowledge the hard work that goes into feeding and supplying our nation. The City of Fresno encourages all citizens to appreciate and recognize the contributions of farmers, ranchers, agricultural workers across the great city of Fresno and Fresno County. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Monday, October 12, 2020 to be National Farmers Day in the city of Fresno.
Yeah, and congratulations to you folks. Can you see me? I certainly see you. Or should I face? Oh, I see. Okay, we got it now. Perfect. I wanted to show you this fabulous proclamation. Let me get the right angle.
Thank you.
I think you get the drift of it. It's fantastic. And you're getting applause from the audience. We're a little well-deserved. Thank you, audience, for that. So, and I'd like to further say that this will actually be National Farmers Week in the city of Fresno. So not just Monday, but every day. So congratulations. Thank you. Please keep up the good work. Give my best regards to President Castro and his team as well. Congratulations.
Will do. Thank you, Councilmember Capriolio.
You're welcome. Brianna, I'll just leave this right here.
Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Hi, clerk, if you would please let my three guests onto the panel, please. We'll get started.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you. Oh, okay.
Okay, I think we got almost everyone admitted here. I think we're waiting on one more person, clerk.
Councilmember Esparza, who is the last person?
Last person is going to be Bryce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryce.
All right, fantastic. We will go ahead and begin. First, I do want to welcome our guests here who are were admitted to the panel. I will be introducing them very shortly. But I want to preface this proclamation with just letting everyone know that Monday, October 12th, was Indigenous Peoples Day here in the state of California. And we're taking this time here this morning to bestow what I would say is a very long overdue honoring of Indigenous Peoples Day here in Fresno for a community that has long been carrying the weight of our country. We're here to recognize the Indigenous community on this day for all of their leadership here in Fresno, for the struggles that they have faced to have proper recognition of their contributions locally and internationally. Even though those contributions haven't always been acknowledged, it's just one example. Statewide, obviously, we're battling the effects of climate change, and we're all feeling the impacts of the wildfires. And right now, we're taking a very smart look back at the practices of our Indigenous communities and how they, their practices in terms of controlling the fires over the years. And so that's just, again, one example of the many contributions we've seen here throughout our communities. Locally, we're surrounded by a vibrant community, both in the city of Fresno, as well as regionally, including the Yakut and the Mono Native American tribes. Today is the first step in hopefully a long tradition of recognizing and celebrating our Indigenous communities here in our city. We do hope to expand it next year, and hopefully we're able to have it in person and do a bona fide group photo. But today, we have three speakers who really took the lead in making this recognition come to fruition. First is going to be Bryce Herrera, who is a student at Fresno State, a young leader in the Native American community, former president of the Newman Native American Student Association, who's going to speak. With us, we also have Mr. Miguel Villegas Ventura and Oralia Maceda, who are representing Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. That translates to the Binational Center for Development of Oaxacan Indigenous Communities. And we have the honor of having with us today as well, Chairwoman Elizabeth Hutchins Kipp of the Big Sandy Rancheria Tribal Council. So those are going to be our three speakers, and welcome to all three of you. With us in the audience, we also do have several members of the table, Mountain Tribal leaders. We have Brenda D. Lavelle, Tribal Chairperson, Beverly J. Hunter, Tribal Vice Chairperson, and Jenna Gosselart, who's the Tribal Secretary Treasurer. And thank you. My light just went off here in the office. So I want to thank all the different folks who came out and are here attending and watching the proclamation. The Indigenous community is extremely diverse, even within itself. And I think this morning is a great start, and really looking forward to expanding it in the coming years and making it a bigger celebration. So I will hand it over now. I think I've spoken quite enough, and I do want to hand it over to the faces of today's proclamation. And if she wouldn't mind, we'll start with Chairwoman Elizabeth Hutchins Kipp, if she would pop her camera up. Good morning. Oh, you're still muted.
How's that? Better?
That is great. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Kipp. I'm the tribal chairwoman here with Big Sandy Rancheria, Band of Western Mono Indians. We're located in Fresno County in the town of Auberry. First, I'd like to mention that it's totally amazing how many cities and towns across this nation have come to recognize Indigenous people. And we are very honored with the recognition by the city of Fresno, as well as yourself, Councilman. Understanding that Columbus Day is a federal holiday, here at Big Sandy, we do not recognize that holiday as our employees continue with their regular schedules. Having this proclamation is a step forward to honor our ancestors and celebrate the thriving cultures and values. As I'm sure all Indigenous people across the United States will agree that every day is a great day to be Indigenous. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So next we'll go over to Miguel. I believe you're representing Centro Binacional. Welcome, and just wanted to give you an opportunity to say a few words.
Yes, sha kanuko inindo kunike in ubitu musindo shindawin ni kanu zikui nyando nyoro nyawa anja kia nandu kanu ki ro che mio kunya katu mio kuna sa aviko mio kuna tawa na nyuro chinu nya shindawin ni kanu do. Hello, I want to say a few words. I do want to take I am indigenous from Mixteco, from the state of Oaxaca, and we have migrated here due to many necessities, but we do want to recognize all the native tribes, the Yoka, Mono, native tribes like the Chowchilla, Dumlap, Chomnumi, North Fork, Domna, Chukchansi, Big Sandy, Cold Springs, Table Mountain, Santa Rosa, Tule River, Wikisachi, Wichuni, and in addition, our communities that have migrated here, which is the Mixteco, Zapoteco, Triqui, Tlapaneco, Nahual, Purepecha, Yoremi, Yaqui, Ñañu, Otomi, and Mayas. We want to continue maintaining our identity. We want to continue this dialogue and reflection of our history and pass the knowledge to our next generation. So we are really grateful for this day, and we hope that next year we could continue working toward raising the awareness of the importance of all indigenous native communities that are here present. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Miguel. I really do appreciate you capturing the diversity of the indigenous community so much better than I possibly could have. I really do appreciate that. It's very important that we name everyone. Thank you. And last we have with us again our young student leader here, Bryce, who really took the initiative in pushing the city of Fresno to recognize and proclaim Indigenous Peoples Day here within the city. It's always the young folks, right, who are the catalysts. And so I wanted to give Bryce an opportunity to say a few words before we read the proclamation out loud. Bryce, you have the floor. Oh, Bryce, I think you're muted. Now unmute. So you're connected to the audio, but now unmute.
Good?
Excellent.
Thank you, President Arias, Councilmember Esparza, distinguished California Native American tribal leaders, and Indigenous peoples of the Central Valley. My name is Bryce Herrera, and I have previously served as the president and CEO. Is there an echo? I hear an echo.
A little bit of an echo, but we're getting through it. We can certainly hear you.
Bryce,
yeah.
you have two devices on. You'll have to turn the device you are not using off or put it on mute.
We'll give Bryce just a second here. I think he's trying to reconcile the audio.
Okay, so try the other device, unmute, and then the one that you can see your video on, try turning your volume all the way down and see if that works.
Yeah, I'll just do it. Right. Thank you, President Arias, Councilmember Esparza, distinguished California Native American tribal leaders, and indigenous peoples in the Central Valley. My name is Brett Ferrer.
Oh, Bryce, you went on mute. You went on mute.
I apologize.
You don't happen to have a headphone? Maybe a headphone was. Oh.
Clerk, while Bryce figures out his audio situation, would you do us the honor of actually reading the proclamation into the record? I have it here. It's a little tough to see, but we can go ahead and do that while he figures out his audio.
No problem. Whereas the City of Fresno takes great pride in its diversity contributions of all groups and our rich history, the City of Fresno and the Greater Central Valley are home to many Native American communities, including the Yokuts people, Mono tribe, and Miwoks tribe. Our region sits on a traditional and ancestral land. The Valley Native Americans survived using natural resources that they could find in Central Valley. They lived in the valley and in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada mountains. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the great contributions Native American tribes, indigenous communities have made to our city, in making this proclamation, we honor indigenous peoples around the world who have found thousands of years in their respective communities since before European arrival. Our collective identity as a nation has evolved from the contributions of indigenous people in innovation, entrepreneurship, leadership, all of which have advanced our society. The City of Fresno wishes to strengthen our community through recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day. And whereas in making this proclamation, we pay respect to cultures and populations that existed before European contact. We celebrate contributions of all Indigenous people to the culture of diversity, innovation, resilience, and has marked California as a leader. We celebrate the acts of resistance and persistence that have shaped experiences of indigenous communities since first contact with the Europeans. The indigenous people of California preserved through our state's shameful history, including the genocidal war of extermination. California preserved through our state's shameful history, including the genocidal war of extermination directed by California's first governor. And whereas we wish to celebrate and recognize this day as Indigenous Peoples Day in the City of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the 15th of October to be Indigenous People Day in the City of Fresno.
Thank you, Clerk. Very, very much appreciated. Bryce, would you still like to say a couple words before we move on? Yeah, we're still not hearing you.
Councilmember Esparza,
Yes.
I have a question for you. Does this mean that every Indigenous Peoples' Day from now on the 15th, will be declared that in the city of Fresno, or was that just for today? Because I know other cities have declared it permanently, and I think that that would be a great gesture for this city to take a step forward in declaring every single year that it is Indigenous Peoples' Day.
I have to double check with the city attorney on the precise meeting, but if it's not codified, it's certainly something that this body, the council body, should consider codifying into our as again a continuous celebration. So today was the beginning, but I would agree with you, Council Member Soria, that the celebration should continue and it should be recognized each year. Yes. Thank you. All right, Bryce, we'll give you one last shot here, and hopefully your audio is on, because we think we have to. The council president's on me to move the meeting along, but please go ahead. It's okay if it echoes a bit. I think everyone can hear you, except now we can't hear you. No. Well,
can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, there you go. That's perfect.
Okay. So my name is Bryce Ferrer, and I've served as the president and CEO of the Native American Student Association in Fresno State, and held various leadership roles throughout my college career. And today's proclamation is the culmination of the professional work, leadership, community efforts that many before us have dedicated decades towards bold campaigns for change. Contrary to the recent position taken by the White House, October 12th will always be Indigenous Peoples' Day. Although this proclamation by Councilmember Esparza is a big step, there remains crucial work to close socioeconomic, educational, health, civil, and criminal justice equity gaps affecting our Indigenous communities here in Fresno. My hope is that in recognizing the contributions, resilient spirit, and conviction of the Native American people, as have a multitude of different cities and states in their respective regions, to the city of Fresno, the state of California, and the United States, this government will resolve to acknowledge a renewed sense of purpose to work closely alongside California Native American tribal sovereignties and North American Indigenous peoples, local educational institutions, and local nonprofits like Fresno American Indian Health Project, CBDIO, El Dorado Park Community Development Corporation, and others to ensure the successful creation and implementation of essential Native serving programs and services. If we do this work together, the result will be one that will have a direct and positive impact on our Indigenous communities and will guarantee that Indigenous families thrive and ultimately achieve the promise of the American dream. When Indigenous peoples succeed, we all do. Thank you again for this opportunity to address the council, and I look forward to continuing this work with all of you.
Thank you, Bryce. Very much appreciated. And again, thank you to all our guests, those of you who spoke, as well as those of you who simply attended. I think today was historic, and again, simply the beginning. Take care, everyone. Great to have you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. The next presentation is a proclamation and appreciation of our code enforcement officers. As you can imagine, 2020 has been completely different for our rank and file in the code enforcement department. Not only did they go under new leadership, but they are at the forefront of enforcement during this pandemic, which is not an easy task. Many other jurisdictions have chosen to look the other way and not risk confrontation. Our code enforcement officers have stepped forward and actually kept us safe by making sure that egregious violators are held accountable, and by ensuring that those businesses and residents who need masks get them in a timely fashion, and they have the sanitation supplies and the PPE supplies to operate their businesses in accordance to the state order. So with that, I want to turn over to Doug.
Erica, you can come on up. First of all, I want to thank the code enforcement employees. There are about 90 people upstairs, including lawyers, investigators, inspectors, managers, supervisors, laborers, administrators, and accountants. Together, they make all of the code enforcement happen. Their job is to help keep the community healthy and safe and eliminate blight. They do an incredible job. They're hardworking, and they're very responsive to when they get a request to go fix something. The vast majority of what they do is actually education. They're in the field trying to help people do the right thing and tell them what they need to be doing, and they've done a fantastic job of that. So their leader upstairs is Chief Assistant City Attorney Erica Camarena, and she's up next here.
Thank you so much, Council President Arias, council members, and to everybody who has supported our code enforcement officers over the past year. We all know that this time during COVID has been extremely trying for everyone, but it has been especially challenging for our code enforcement officers who, since the inception of COVID, have been deemed essential employees. They have been reporting to work every single day, continuing to enforce our traditional code as well as the emergency orders put in place. And in that process, they assisted with first shutting down the city, then they assisted with reopening the city, and they've been working with hundreds of businesses to reopen safely. And in that process, as Doug mentioned, they've been educating the community, distributed thousands and thousands of masks. We have now moved into conducting housing inspections virtually, and they've done it just with a great attitude. And unfortunately, while there are so many people in this country who are losing their jobs because of COVID, we here in Fresno are proud to say that we have been able to maintain our code enforcement officers, keep them employed, busy, and very productive. We've all heard the saying, all roads lead to code, and I just can stand here and tell you I am so happy that my road led me here to lead a remarkable group of code enforcement officers. And we so look forward to working with the next administration, especially with respect to strengthening our relationship with the community. And so if I could just take a couple more seconds to address our code enforcement officers directly, because they are all tuned in and watching right now from remote locations, either teleworking in the office or out in the field. I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking, if I'm supposed to be looking there. But in any event, I just want them to know that we all recognize what you do. You go out in there and you address and confront businesses and individuals who are in violation of the city's laws, and most of the time they're not happy to see us. But you do it with pride, you maintain your professionalism, you constantly go out there with this level of confidence, and you are tested every day, and you pass those tests, and we are just so proud of you. And because of you, we are all safer. And so, I'm sorry, I got distracted. So anyways, we're here to thank you, recognize you, we respect you, and today we honor you. Thank you so much for your dedication and commitment to the city. Thank you.
Hey, Doug, I want to include my congratulations to you and your team. I don't know, I'm a little confused. They say the quality of the performance starts at the top, but I'm not so sure. I think it starts in the middle and maybe the bottom. So I guess I'd have to say that the entire group of code enforcement that you guys have put together and been so effective, District 4 has never been better, and it's because of you and your team and the coordination and the effort and the commitment. It's not just a job to the code enforcement people I've encountered. It's not a job, it's a passion. They love our city, they want to improve it, and they're doing a great job. So please keep up the good work and let me know if I can help you in any way. Thank you much.
I just want to say ditto. I am very pleased with just the quality of work that is happening and how responsive folks are. So to all our code enforcements, thank you for being the boots on the ground, for being the eyes and ears of the city, and for ensuring that the quality of life, especially in those more challenging neighborhoods, are at least kept to a level that is decent so that folks can enjoy and feel good about where they live at. So thank you for the work that you guys continuously do and for serving the community.
Yeah, I would, Erica, I'd like to say similar things. Code enforcement has a very difficult job. And sometimes you also have to do things that we give you as a policy to do, like over these last many months, and it's not an easy task, but you do it, and you do it well, and you are serving the citizens well in tough times, in very tough times. And so I appreciate that, and I've witnessed code enforcement when they've been out, and they are professional. They're always professional. I've seen it and witnessed it. So to all the code, keep doing a good job. It's a tough job in tough times and difficult circumstances, and the city of Fresno greatly appreciates it.
All right, Council. Member Carbasi.
Mr. President, thank you for bringing this item forward. To the city attorney, to Mrs. Camarena, and especially to the folks in your department. How many times do I email you a week with a code issue? This is a very, very, very big part of our arsenal to be able to help residents in our community. Nobody in this community should live with black mold. Nobody should live with the kind of subpar conditions that have existed in the past. And you are a huge part of north, south, east, west, making sure our neighborhoods are livable. There's a lot of pride, and you really do genuinely make a difference in the lives of our residents in the city of Fresno. I'm so blessed to have you. Thank you so much. I know it's been a tough time, but I just want to remind people, the goal of code isn't finding, it's compliance. That's always been the goal, education and compliance. So thank you. You are a superstar. You're a department. I know we can't have a big party for you right now because of COVID, but we really are celebrating, and we are very, very grateful for what you do. It's not easy. Sometimes some people get mad at you too, and there have been, unfortunately, attacks on some of our code enforcement officers. But we are going to defend you, and we're here for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council. If those are all the comments, we'll move on. City
Not all
Clerk,
the comments.
please.
Council President.
Oh, sorry, Council Esparza.
Don't forget about the Wizard of Oz up here. No, I mean, I'll keep it brief. I just echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I mean, the work that code enforcement puts in, day out. I mean, it can be grueling, but I think from what I've heard from our personnel, also rewarding, right? And just upholding the standards we have citywide, and especially in my district, has one of the older housing stocks within the city, making sure we uphold those standards for our residents, among the many other functions that you execute for us on a daily basis. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are those all the comments? All right, Council. With that, we're going to move on to the next portion of the agenda. If I can ask our city employees who are in the chambers if they can exit so we can make room for the members of the public who are here to discuss an item on the agenda. And as you know, we have to sanitize every chair in order for people to sit down. And we can also request that the security allow members of the public in the chambers as we're going to begin the discussion of the item that they're here to address. Secondly, Council, there was previously an item on the consent calendar that required closed session discussion first. That item was tabled from the agenda to next week. So instead of commencing to closed session, we're going to continue with consent. And we will start with item 2L, Councilwoman, and then we'll proceed with item 2O, which we have members of the public here to address. So Councilwoman, I will turn over to you as you pulled item 2L.
A point of order. We haven't adopted the consent calendar yet, right?
That's correct. We need to do that first.
So we should probably do that before we discuss it.
Sorry. Let's, do you have a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second. Now, these are the items pulled?
Well, yeah, we got to take a vote, but I'm going to register no vote on 2D, D as in David.
So let the record show that 2D as in David is a registered no vote from the council member Bredfield. And the consent calendar includes all items on consent except for 2L, 2O, 2BB, 2CC, 2DD, 2EE, 2II. So City Clerk, will you do a roll call for the remainder items on consent?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, also for me, 2D, register no vote.
All right, we have 2 no votes on 2D as in David from Member Carbasi and Member Bredfield. Before we go to an official vote of the consent, is there any member of the public wishing to address the consent items left on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll come back to the dais. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Kravasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes.
and President Arias.
Yes. Councilwoman, you have the floor with 2L.
You know, I might suggest, if I may interrupt for a second, it's 10 o'clock. I think these timed items might be quickly resolved before the public comes in, and we'd be on time. 10 o'clock item on page 11, there's a 10:15, just a novel thought.
I'm told the 10:15 item was actually noticed for 10:30, so we shouldn't hear
Okay,
that.
so let's just hold off for the time items. Let's get through these pulled items first. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So I know that I had pulled it from a previous council meeting, this item, and I wanted to, I know that over the last couple weeks since we've pulled it, additional folks had claimed their unclaimed checks or unclaimed dollars. So what I'd like to do is maybe recommend that the unclaimed checks from 2000 to 2015 be transferred as recommended by staff, but that we continue to allow those from 2015, so in the last 5 years, allow them additional time to claim their unclaimed checks. It's thousands of dollars, and I think that if we can just continue to promote it, I know with just myself promoting it online and with us, with the media covering it a little bit more, we were able to give out, I believe, at least $60,000 in the last couple weeks. So I'd like to make the motion to
Second.
to do that.
Do you have a time certain in which you would hope that we continue to reach out to folks?
Well, if we can just, I think, put it on social media, hopefully we can do another press release, and then next year we could bring it back. And if we want to release it's the last 5 years, I don't see why that couldn't be done.
Mike, do you have any concerns?
Good morning, Council. Mike Lima, Finance Director. You know, the checks have been sitting around 20 years, so what's another 6 months, you know? But at some point,
We like that response.
but at some point, you know, you gotta.
Which is why I said the last 5 years. I think that we should still continue to advertise. We can, those that have been sitting around for 20 years, that's fine, right? But I think that it's sensible enough to say, hey, there are still unclaimed checks for the last 5 years. Let's continue to try to at least for another 6 months, figure out if people, in the last couple of weeks that I did the promotion, we had over $60,000 claimed. And so that means that the notification, I believe, Council, if you guys go on to the agenda, to the staff report, you guys will see the notice. The notice is very hard, like for just the average person to go and look, it's hard to identify. So I think there was value in us delaying, there was value in us promoting it, so I don't see why for the last 5 years that remain, you can get rid of the other ones that have been sitting there for 20 years, so that would be my motion.
So what you're proposing is anything 5
2015,
years or older,
keep,
you will, it's cheat, and then anything from that, we will try again on that.
yeah, so in the last 5 years, we'll try to get those out, see if people will claim them. All the old ones you can,
Previous that?
yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's the motion, yeah. We can
Just
work
want
with
to, not trying to be problematic here, but just want to ask a question. So, Mike, of the checks that were claimed, how many were under 5 years versus over 5 years? I just want to make sure we're not, you know, cutting ourselves off too early.
I don't have that breakdown of, you know, which were before or which were after 5 years.
Or
but
we can keep
get
them
that.
open, we can always keep all of them open and just continue to advertise. I think that the fact that in the last 2 weeks, people, you know, people claimed about $60,000 of it, I think that that's telling.
I think maybe we should look at what the aging of the ones that were claimed were picked up and then pick that target.
So then, should we bring this item back for the next council meeting?
I don't think it's time sensitive, is it?
Do you want to change your motion to table for next
Yeah,
meeting?
so if we want to take a look at that and provide a better proposal in terms of given, you know, the returns that you guys just recently did, I'm happy to do that.
I'll
So,
second the tabling.
All right, the motion and second to table the item. There's
Thank
no
you.
discussion on this table for tabling the item, so please roll call, please.
Councilmember Britta Phelps,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Lima. Before we get to the next item, Assistant City Manager Jim, we have about 8 people still outside trying to be allowed in through security. There's about 10 available seats in social distancing. Can we make sure that they are allowed in to the chambers? Yeah. There's plenty of seats that are designated for seating on top and on bottom. Thank you, Courtney.
Council President, what item are we going to hear?
We're going to hear item 2O, the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. If I could start off with the motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Responsible Neighborhood Act with the following direction: that staff initiate a revision of the Fresno Municipal Code Section 156704 to update and refine the definitions of grocery stores, including the terms general market and healthy food grocer, to foster and accommodate future development of grocery stores with a footprint of less than 10,000 square feet by establishing a steering committee of stakeholders and members of the public in consultation with the council and the mayor for the council's consideration. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilmember Esparza. And as people take their seats, let me just start with some opening comments and acknowledgments of this item. First, allow me to thank the young people, the residents and small business owners that have worked with Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Esparza and I for the last 22 months to arrive at this stage. To the young people joining us today, virtually and in person, thank you for not giving up on our city, which is your city. You have been educating, advocating, and collaborating with the city since 2012. This is your win, and our future is better because of your leadership. To the residents, we heard you loud and clear, especially after some of us knock on thousands of doors to get elected. For years, you have tried to fight the growing alcohol saturation in your neighborhoods. This is why over 1,000 of you contacted us via email, petition, or in person to express your support for this ordinance. You didn't need to spend thousands of dollars on mailers or misinformation because you had something better, the will of the people and the residents of our city. To our small businesses, we heard you too. The saturation has pushed the prices of alcohol lower than water, making many business owners indentured servants. Advocate members, you stepped up and agreed to be held accountable, even if it meant losing your conditional use permits. Not one time in the 18 months of developing this ordinance for the city did you ever ask for a self-interest exception. As a city, we have spent decades approving more than 500 alcohol licenses next to schools, parks, and each other, making Fresno the drunkest city in America. Then we wonder why so many DUI checkpoints were necessary, why thousands of people end up in jail, and worst of all, while so many are killed by drunk drivers, and why our families continue to be surrounded by alcohol. This tragedy we hope to end today. Finally, a handful of individuals who have engaged in some misinformation in the last few weeks about this ordinance, we heard you too. In several meetings, for several hours, we listened, we considered your special interest amendments, but the truth is, now is not the time for more self-interest. No matter how passionate or well-funded, our city is hurting with record shootings and the added strain of a recession and a pandemic. Now it's a time for everyone to step up and do what's in our power to prevent the cycle that ends with so many calls for police services in these establishments. The community has spoken, and we need to honor them today with the approval of the ordinance. In order to ensure this process continues to be informed by residents, we fully recognize that no ordinance brought forward to this council is perfect. It's a process of refinement, it's a process of improvement. And for that reason, we're going to immediately convene a committee, an advisory committee, to begin revising the grocery store municipal code. The end goal is to build on our current incentives to attract more grocery stores into our neighborhoods. Grocery stores is what residents want. not convenience stores, not liquor stores, not just more gas stations with alcohol and liquor. They're looking for grocery stores. And we're gonna ask the public, stakeholders, the experts in those industries to come and work with us over the next few months to develop that additional ability to attract them. So in short, this ordinance is a critical piece of a larger plan to rebuild a healthy Fresno that so many of you have been asking for years. And I want to simply conclude my opening comments with, I know why this has not been done for decades. The easiest thing is to continue to say yes to every single applicant who wants to make a larger profit margin by poisoning our neighborhoods with the 5th, the 10th, and the 12th alcohol license in a zip code that's supposed to have 2. It's the easiest thing to say yes. To find a public convenience excuse, to find a job creation excuse. The difficult thing is to understand deeply the industry, which we have spent 22 months understanding. It's also difficult to recognize and to appreciate the fact that it's complex, and we have the livelihoods of businesses in our hands, and we also have the quality of our neighborhoods. Everyone starts off with the hope and the presentation that their business is going to add value to the community. And over time, sometimes as quick as 1 or 2 years across the street, it becomes an attraction for nuisance, for crime, for shootings, for human feces out in the open. And it has been a task for us to tackle this. And I personally now can appreciate why it hasn't been done before. It's extremely difficult, and it's also extremely difficult to withstand the political pressure of well-funded opposition and individual interest who want to water down a comprehensive policy to meet the needs of a few. And I want to personally thank my colleagues for the patience, the city attorneys that spent more than 22 months at the table with us, the small businesses, and the youth who have told us time and time again, like our residents have told us, we don't need one more liquor store. We don't need one more convenience store that offers the same product and the same outcomes in our neighborhoods. It's been a long road, and I want to thank the council and turn it over to my co-sponsors of the ordinance, Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Esparza. We'll go with Councilmember Esparza first, if you don't mind, incoming president.
Yep, that works.
Good morning. Thank you, Council President. I think you captured the sentiments very, very well. The legislation before us, wasn't dreamt up yesterday. It's about over a year now, of grueling over policy, trying to figure out the best way to accomplish the goal of reducing the number of alcohol licenses, liquor licenses within the city, off-site specifically. And so a lot of thought went into this. There were a lot of different approaches. Certainly was more than one way to skin this cat. But again, taking into consideration the number of factors and the livelihoods of the existing business owners in our district, this is really the solution that we ultimately came up with. What we're seeing here is essentially the cap and trade version of alcohol licenses. We're certainly going to cap the market and create a new market for these liquor licenses. And so we've taken a market-based approach to reducing this number. Folks, some of the detractors have, talked about the lack of data on alcohol consumption and how that might be impacted. But what it's really about is the point of the alcohol consumption of the off-site licenses, the impacts they have on the neighborhood, and the access that our youth have had for far too long. And so I'm extremely proud today to take a stand and vote to support this very, very difficult legislation. I'll keep it brief, but I did want to say one more thing, right? That the political pressure that Councilmember Arias alluded to certainly is not an easy thing to withstand against. But I think we have this new council we've had for the last almost 2 years that is willing to have a steel spine, right, and standing up to some of these special interests and doing the right thing for our community. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this legislation is going to be a good thing for the entire city of Fresno. This council, supports grocery stores. We will bend over backwards in order to get more grocery stores, especially in our communities that are currently food deserts. And so I want to put that on the record, and I think some of the amendments that were made here earlier capture that sentiment. Councilmember Chavez, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think my colleagues captured the intent of this ordinance, and I want to thank all the stakeholders, the business owners that we met with, from small to large operators, and really trying to understand this. But the main folks that I want to actually send a extra special thank you are the kids, the youth that really led this effort. It started off with a conversation about why they had to go through neighborhoods and, unfortunately, try to hop or skip over, urine or folks that were sleeping on the sidewalk that had been drinking outside of a convenience store. And those are really the kids that led this effort, that worked with us, that did their due diligence and actually put in the work and the time to survey their colleagues and work within our schools and really gain the input that led what this policy looks like. And I think this is a time for Fresno that, we're sending a message that we don't want more liquor stores that just bring blight and problems to neighborhoods, that don't create value in our community. But we're also saying that what we do want, we want neighborhood markets that have fresh fruits and vegetables, that have amenities that you usually find in other parts of town and other parts of the state. And so what I want to make sure that, folks understand, because I have a couple of those markets that want to come into South Fresno, to Southeast, to the Blackstone Corridor, to, Shaw Avenue and Kings Canyon, is I want to make sure that they understand that the city welcomes you. We want you to provide fresh fruits and vegetables and organic options for our community. What we don't want that operator that sells malt liquor for 99 cents and ends up having, adding blight to our neighborhoods. And I also want to take this opportunity to put on notice those bad operators. I've been keeping a list in my district of about, 5 or 6 of them. The city of Fresno is not going to tolerate that anymore. And along with this new page that we're turning, we're also going to include a enforcement component of this. So long gone are those days when you were allowed to sell these types of, liquor that, as my colleague referenced, are actually cheaper than water now, and creating problems in neighborhoods. And this will be an opportunity for those operators to clean up their act, or they will not be allowed to sell these types of products in our city. And I want to make sure that folks understand, because I want to be able to give that discretion and that power back to the community. I also want to, along with the text amendment, and I think my colleague codified that, is have a variance to where any project that wants to come to the city council and will actually provide a true neighborhood market will be allowed to set up shop in our community. We want that. We welcome that. And so I want to make sure that folks understand that we have a variance included in that provision that we will be discussing next week to ensure that we have a mechanism. And what I intend to do is, first of all, that proposal will come to, obviously, the council member. What I'm going to do, and council members are free to do the process as they desire, I will be running that through my residents, through the implementation committee, and getting their input and advice, and really allow them to have that power back into the community where they can say, yes, this actually works for our community. We want this. Or we want more shelf space for, fresh fruits and vegetables, or meats, cheese, deli products, baked goods. We have a number of panaderias and carnicerias in South Fresno that I think would be a great fit for our community. And so we want to create that space for them to be able to provide all these services. And so I just want to make sure that, the folks understand that we have that variance where they can bring it forward. It will be considered on their merits. But again, we want to make sure that our community is engaged and that neighborhoods are okay with what goes into their area, because taking on this task of allowing beer and wine in our community is no easy task. I think in the past it was more of a hands-off approach, and we see what that's caused in our community. And at the end of the day, we're trying to make every community a little bit better. We're trying to make it cleaner. We're trying to make it safer, and we're trying to make it healthier. And creating those options for our community is what really the intent of this is all about. And I think we're going to get there. It's going to require a little bit more work in the months and weeks to come. But I think we've got a good framework to allow that to happen. And so with that, I'll turn it back to the president. But before we do that, City Attorney, we want to make sure that we have that variance clause within the text amendment that we're going to be discussing, correct?
Good morning, Councilmember Chavez, Rena Gonzalez, Deputy City Attorney. I've been helping with shepherding the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act through. So for the variance that you speak of, it would need to be carried forward in a new resolution of initiation because it is not currently included in the proposed text amendment. We have
That's correct.
Right. So it would actually come in the form of an exemption because a variance is a specific process, and that would provide probably a little bit more confusion than we need to the process. So I just wanted to clarify that it would be coming back in a resolution of initiation
Correct.
as an exemption.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure we get that on the record and that folks understand. I've got a couple of, grocery stores that want to come into South Fresno, and I want to make sure they understand that those types of stores are welcome in our community.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. And I do want to, before I turn over back to the dais, thank Rena and Talia, who have been on this for 22 months now, from day one to 8-hour meetings to evenings and weekends and nights. So thank you both for being our legal intellect in this process. Council, if you would allow me, I'd like to turn over to the mayor and then come back with council comments. And then we'll go to the, you know what? Good point. Let me go to public comment first, since we have quite a bit of people here in attendance. So I will start with the folks who are here in person. So if you would like to address this item, please come forward and state your name for the record. And just note that after every single speaker, we will be sanitizing and switching off the filter on the mic. So just give us a couple of seconds in between speakers. But the first one who would like to come up, you're welcome to come forward to the mic. After the speakers who are here physically present, we will go to the virtual speakers who are here to speak on this item. And just do us a favor and identify yourself for the record.
Debbie Darden, Southwest residents, born and raised and still reside. I'd like to say to you all, thank you for bringing up the subject. It's been a long time coming. I am standing in support of the ordinance that you are presenting. I really want people to understand, because sometimes people who want to come and develop in your area, they have a tendency to give us a different definition in regards to what's coming in our area. And for those of you who have seen the movie Boys in the Hood, Lawrence Fishburne stated it best when he asked the question, why do you think they put liquor stores in communities like West Fresno on every corner? It is so that we can kill ourselves. And that is the truth. In West Fresno alone, 93706, just a couple of years ago, I counted 22 liquor stores. There has been since others that have opened up. Just in 93706, which is totally ridiculous. That's more liquor stores than any other community in the city of Fresno. And this has to stop. You keep talking about doing right by the wrongs that have been done. This is another example where it needs to stop. We have many small convenience stores. We just had a Fresno Mart opened up. All of these are within less than a mile radius of dollar stores. If you keep plaguing our community with dollar stores, we can't get the big box stores. Those big box stores bring jobs. People in our community are looking for jobs. All these little convenience stores, these little liquor stores, they're hiring within their own families. Their families don't live in West Fresno. Some of them live across town. Some of them are traveling from out of town. Many of our apartment complexes, they are owned by people who live out of the city of Fresno. So we need to stop continuing to plague the things that we don't need and start giving us growth. Right now, we have a middle school that took over 30 years to get back. We have a junior college, an $87 million project that's coming in our area. It's time to start bringing state-of-the-art things that will bring these jobs, that will bring education to our community, and start turning West Fresno around to what it used to be, a vibrant community. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may ask the public speakers, once you speak, if you can exit the chamber so we can make room for new members of the public. Thank you for your patience as we work through this whole new process of keeping things distant and sanitized for everyone's safety. Yeah. Good point. So now we're going to go to somebody, we're going to switch it around. We're going to go one public, one online to see if we can get movement much faster. So we'll do that after this next public speaker in person. Come forward, please.
Good morning. I would like to applaud everybody that has worked so tediously in this 22 months. My name is Rocio Madrigal. I come from a small community called Mendota, from which Mr. Miguel Arias is very familiar. And it is hard to do the right thing. I made a few notes, and you said it's to do the difficult thing. I work with Central California Environmental Justice Network. We work with a few thousand families in 4 counties. They have gone through tremendous adversity during this COVID and still are. And so I applaud your efforts in trying to reach to those families. I'm here on behalf of those families. They would like to thank you for this, what you're trying to do. Some of them do not drive. Some of them do not have a second vehicle. Some of them have teenagers that they would like to send to the store for something like cilantro. And when you have, as the lady said, 5, 10 liquor stores in walking distance, but not one real, quote, real grocery store, it makes it very difficult. So again, we work with a few thousand families that really, really need this to happen. And on behalf of all them, I ask you to please continue pushing forward. And thank you, because they do not have the resources to drive across town like some of us do to Costco or Winco or anywhere else. And I do want to ask Councilmember Esparza, you said you would bend over backwards, and I just ask you to listen to your constituents. Our job in environmental justice is clean up water, clean air, take the pesticides away. When we have a good intention, like Amazon, it's a great intention, but sometimes we don't take into account what it does to the people around that warehouse location and how we're killing them slowly, okay? Good intention is great, but there has to be consideration to the people that live around there. And it is not fair for some who are a little bit, for lack of a better word, ignorant, that just say, well, if they don't like it, move away. They can't. Councilmember Arias, you know, the people in Mendota that survive and have to live with the effects of pesticides cannot just pick up and move. That's not a reality for them. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you for coming today. The next person will go online while we sanitize is Estela Ortega. You are being unmuted.
Sí, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Estela Ortega y soy residente de aquí de Fresno y soy del Distrito 7 y estoy apoyando para que no haya más licorerías. Hay en lugares donde hay 2 licorerías y un lugar donde venden cigarros, entonces es demasiado para tener tantas cosas o tantas licorerías al mismo lugar. Cuando están a veces cerca de las escuelas o zonas de residencia. O zonas de parques también. A veces hay lugares donde no tenemos donde vendan verduras o frutas. Necesitamos lugares como esos o zonas de recreación donde nuestros niños puedan hacer ejercicio o también lavanderías. Yo pienso que hay que quitar, que sean menos, que no haya licorerías para que así disminuyan también los accidentes que hay, pues accidentes que hay por culpa de las personas que beben. O también hay muchas personas que también mueren a causa del cigarro también, igual. Entonces a mí me preocupa esto porque también tengo hijos y no me gustaría que ellos también estén cerca de estos lugares y menos tampoco que estos lugares estén cerca de las escuelas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora Ortega. Come forward now, the public speaker in person.
Good morning, Mayor and the members of the council. I know it's been a while. It's great to see you all. First off, I want to say thank you for listening to young people over the past few years. This has been something as a program manager for the City of Fresno Youth Commission as well as the Friday Night Live program. Young people have been educating this council for the past 8 years on the issue of liquor stores. So just to share a few pieces, I know that the Alcohol Beverage Control has a recommendation of 1 liquor store for every 2,500 residents. Currently, we're at one liquor store for every 1,000 residents in the city of Fresno. Every year within the Friday Night Live program, student insight surveys are conducted within Fresno Unified and in Fresno County. And out of over 1,900 surveys from young people in Fresno, from Fresno Unified schools, 54% said that it's fairly easy to very easy to access alcohol for young people. And so I just want to lastly say that when we do an activity with our young people called the Utopia Exercise, young people have to design what their dream community looks like. And liquor stores we have never heard liquor stores be part of that picture. It's always been green spaces. It's always been schools. It's always been healthy food markets in these communities. And so today I just hope that the council can be reminded that this is an issue that young people really care about. And if we're hearing about what the future looks like, this is the future and this is our current present. And our young people really matter. And so definitely keep your young people in mind as you hear today's topic. I thank you so much, council, and great seeing you all.
And thank you. On behalf of the city, thank all our youth and thank you and your organization for staying on top of this for so many years. With that, we'll go to Ivanka Sanders online while we disinfected that podium.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivanka Saunders, and I'm a member of the District 3 Implementation Committee, and we supported this Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. For many years, community members, faith-based and nonprofit organizations, and finally city officials all see the need to eliminate one of the root causes that leads to the deterioration of a community, which is the oversaturation of liquor stores in disadvantaged neighborhoods of color. This act is an action to right the wrongs all the way back from the Reagan's era's war and infiltration on Black and brown communities through the use of drugs and alcohol. This act is an action to correct the deliberate racist decision-making of this city when the city historically turned its back on segregated communities of color by not investing in plans and policies that create a complete, healthy, thriving community. There are too many liquor stores, corner markets, and convenience store gas stations whose primary profit is due to the selling of alcohol instead of whole foods. This act allows for the opportunity to increase healthy stores in the middle of food deserts. Those that disagree with this act have had the privilege of living in communities where all of their essential needs are met, like a grocery store where the food doesn't have weevils in the non-perishables or spoiled milk. Maybe those that disagree with this act are realizing that their plans of continual profit off of the exploitation of disadvantaged communities of color is about to have limitations placed on where they conduct destructive business. If you have been so fortunate to live in a community that does not face the oversaturation of alcohol sales, then this act is a benefit to you as well in a preventative measure of not devaluing your community. So thank you to all who put all the hard work and the hard conversations into this act.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Next present speaker, come forward, identify yourself, and you'll have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us. Appreciate it. My name is Rod Wade. I'm a part of Fresno United, an organization that's trying to help curb the gang violence in the streets, these shootings and all these senseless killings we've had in the last week, 4 or 5 females, you know, and a lot of that is because of these guys, these young gang members or whatever you want to call them, on drugs, alcohol. They're already doing bad enough on their own. We don't need another source in our communities help them doing what they're doing that's killing ourselves. The guy that just spoke up, I had some notes on his thing too, but he touched on a lot of stuff that I was going to say too with the leadership group. Among California's largest cities, Fresno has the highest concentration of alcohol licenses. Oversaturation is detrimental to the quality of life of neighborhoods, existing small business. Retail siding advertisements target disadvantaged communities and youth. Alcohol retail stores are an impediment to good land uses such as grocery stores. We need more stores. We don't need more alcohol. We need grocery stores. We need small businesses that's going to help give jobs to our community. We don't want no more liquor stores to help our youth help kill us. California, 2,500 to 1 in California. Fresno, 1,000 to 1. South Fresno, 93706, where we live at, 500 to 1. If Fresno is 1,000 to 1, and we got 500,000 people, and South Fresno got over half of the stores, come on, man. It's like they setting us up. They targeting us. Do they want us to kill us? You know, we don't, who would want to do that? What's the reason for doing it? What my guy just spoke on, Youth and Neighborhood Advocates, the Youth Leadership Institute's Friday Night Live program. December 2015, City Council voted 7-0 on resolution to address the issue, but never moved forward. 2015, 2020 now. 2015, 2020, YAL FNL Youth conducted a positive billboard campaign to address negative advertising. All this, it's not helping us, bro. We speaking on this, we talking, we, and I'm speaking as us, as a community, us people that's here for it, we are here to tell you we're tired of having funerals for our dead kids killed by gun violence, so we are out in the streets trying to stop the violence, only to find out that while we trying to do that, y'all still trying to put more liquor stores in our community that's helping provoke some of the violence. People get drunk and do drunk stuff. We don't want that. We don't want that. Developers are trying to push for more liquor stores, gas stations, and convenience stores that are poisoning our kids and pushing their agenda for more alcohol. Alcohol is already cheaper than water in our community. How's that? Water more healthy. How I got to spend more money to get water to get healthier than I do to buy a can of beer, to get booze, to get drunk, and do some harm. Fresno has more stores that sell booze than any other city in our state. What the? I'm going to say it. I was going to.
Thank you for the decorum.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is they trying to do? Kill us or what? We got enough. We got enough violence. The police don't have enough police officers over there. They saying they understaffed because they can't control the violence. It's only going to make more violence. We don't need it. I'm going to tell you this. We don't need it, we don't want it, and we're not going to let it get built in our side of town. We're not.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing the council.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we'll go online to John Kinsley as we disinfect the podium. John, you're unmuted. I think he's still muted.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, members of the council and President Arias. My name's John Kinsey with Wanger Jones Helsley, and I've submitted correspondence to the city, and we're basically requesting just a short amount of time to help better fulfill the council's objectives in connection with this text amendment. These are objectives that we share. My clients are not detractors. We agree that the city really needs to discourage the bad actors and these liquor stores that have, ultimately been commented on today. And we believe that it is important for the city to promote more walkable grocery uses, especially in the era of COVID. Now, we're concerned about unintended consequences, and we don't want this council's decision to have the opposite effect of its objectives. And the concern here is that the text amendment will erect barriers to the development of new, responsible, walkable neighborhood markets that are vital to our communities. And in the meanwhile, we're concerned that this text amendment will ultimately concentrate licenses with existing users in existing areas. And we want to work with the city to help prevent that. For these reasons, we also don't think the city can rely upon the common sense exemption. CEQA ultimately is intended to prevent unintended consequences. And really further study of this is required because we don't want those unintended consequences to occur. The common sense exemption only applies where it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility that the action will have a significant effect on the environment. Here, by erecting barriers to the development of neighborhood markets, walkable neighborhood markets, and clustering licenses in existing locations, and that will ultimately change and stifle traffic patterns in the city, making the city less walkable.
Thank you, John.
And preventing walkable access to grocery
John.
stores. This is
I'm sorry, can you conclude your comments, John? I don't want to cut you off. No, I think he can unmute himself. John, I didn't mean to have you stop talking. I just wanted you to conclude your comments. You just have to unmute yourself, John.
I'm sorry, thank you.
There you are.
And with that, we just hope that the council will consider postponing this action to resolve this important issue.
Thank you. John, for the record, who do you represent?
I represent Granville Homes.
Thank you. Next person, come forward, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having us. My name is Sean Robinson. I'm a resident of District 3. I've been there all my life. All I want to say is that we all know that there's liquor stores everywhere. That's no puzzle. We already know about the licenses being exceeded. We already know that. But what we need to remember is that those liquor stores have people outside drinking liquor. Wherever you look, they drinking liquor. They stand there, they ask for change just to go in there and drink liquor. So our youth is seeing that when they go in there and buy chips, they go in there and buy candy or whatever. West Fresno has, in 30 years, I've only seen a few things added to West Fresno. We have one grocery store, we have a great school, which is Gaston, and now we have the site for the college or whatever it's going to be over there. I just say, as a resident, we need something in West Fresno, and it's not a liquor store. Whoever's building liquor stores, hey, build them somewhere else, not in West Fresno. West Fresno is in an epidemic right now. COVID is not it. We are killing each other over there, period. And that's where it starts. It's easy for any of our youth to get liquor. All they have to do is pay somebody to go get it. And that's everywhere. I'm just leaning on the District 3 that where I come from. Please, do not let them build other liquor stores here. We need to rebuild our parks. In my neighborhood, I have a street out there since I was in the 2nd grade. It hasn't even been fixed. That's over by West Fresno Elementary. That street has been like that since I was in the 2nd grade. We need to fix stuff like that. I'm depending on this council. You, I trust you. I know we'll do the right thing. All right, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Next speaker will be on virtually. Marie, I think I mispronounced her name, but if you can unmute her, Brianna. If you can identify yourself, you're next up.
Good morning. My name is Mary Brod. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Perfect. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Barati, and on behalf of about 400 families in the District 6 who formed the Healthy Neighborhood Alliance to fight the very same issue that this ordinance is trying to resolve. We support you in your approval of the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. Thank you so much for your recognition of many health and safety issues caused by the oversaturation of liquor stores and the impact that it has on our kids, families, health, as well as public safety resources. This ordinance will properly address limiting the new liquor licenses. We just have way too many liquor stores, and unfortunately the problem has been ignored for way too long. And we are having the similar issue in Northeast Fresno, unfortunately. And these essential restrictions with enforcement of the existing regulations will significantly enhance our current neighborhoods, as well as preventing newly developed communities such as Copper River from facing the very similar issue. We're facing in Copper River and Maple, behind me, we're facing potentially 4, not 1, not 2, not 4 new liquor stores and gas stations. Why? One liquor store is requested to operate 24/7, allowing developers to do what is the best option for their business at the cost of harming communities and risking the health and safety of our children is unacceptable and must stop. The health and safety of our families and communities should be the priority for policymaking. Fresno neighborhood should be built with parks, libraries, and educational centers, not liquor stores in every corner. I want to thank council members Arias, Chavez, and Esperanza for your leadership and the team involved for their hard work and great job they have done for this well-balanced and needed updates. We are very actually relieved that when we heard council member Britterfield on the news to say that he is generally supportive of this law. Thank you for your support, council member. And in conclusion, I want to say that please stand with families of Fresno, our children, and approve the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act as recommended. Thank you so much for your consideration and approval.
Thank you. The next speaker in person, please come forward.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Salam Mohammed, and I'm with Fresno United. And first off, I would like to say that in order, if you have to address a community with intelligence, if you want them to respond with intelligence. And I believe that we have a problem, you know, in Fresno and a lot of communities. And in order to offset event or repetition of events, you got to get to the root or the cause of this, and not just the condition itself. So I believe it's safe to say that alcohol is the cause of a lot of destruction, period. So to add more destruction to what we already trying to clean up and to bring more of destruction to our community, we don't want nothing dealing with destruction to our people, self-destruction, or anything with destruction to our community. If they're gonna bring something to our communities, bring something where we can benefit and be prosperous, you know. And I mean, I'm really not I don't know how you say it, used to like this type of stuff, but I do feel a type of way. When I feel a type of way, sometimes I tend to take things. So I'm just telling you how I feel. We don't want nothing negative brought to our community. If you bring something like what we do at Fresno United. We try to bring buildings and stuff where our kids can integrate with each other, because I understand that with the community, especially with the gang community, it's easy for them to hate, you know, the people they don't know. So we try to integrate them like they did with slavery, bring them together and bring stuff like that to where they can work together, get to know each other and grow together. Don't bring that liquor store where it's going to divide us and conquer us.
Thank you. Next person online, Bill, you've been unmuted. Bill, for now. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony?
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Council President and Council members. My name is Anthony Yu, and it is my privilege to speak to you on behalf of the Copper River residents who support the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. As you probably know, Copper River is generally a safe and peaceful place to live, and so it may come as a surprise that Copper Avenue has become a site of controversy. To give you some context, Copper Avenue is immediately bordered by residential neighborhoods to the south and to the north, both residential and vacant lots zoned for commercial development. The community has anticipated that this commercial space will be used for grocery stores, restaurants, and businesses commensurate with the area. Instead, Copper Avenue is facing the prospect of 4 liquor stores and 3 gas stations along a 1-mile stretch. One of these developments has already been approved at Copper and Friant. 2 others are proposed at Copper and Maple, where a Rite Aid already exists. We find this threatening, and not only for the myriad of obvious problems that come with liquor stores and gas stations, such as crime and pollution, but also there is a key question of community need. Does this community need 4 carryout stores along Copper Avenue? With 1 liquor store already approved and a Rite Aid that provides everything you would expect from a convenience store, including alcohol, the answer is obviously no. Over the past few weeks, we have heard several arguments in favor of these liquor stores. We have heard that the new setback distances specified by REMA are too strict. Well, one of the proposed developments is about 150 feet away from Copper Academy Preschool and 350 feet away from Rite Aid. So forget about REMA. Even by today's current standards, that is too close. We've heard a request to allow grandfathering, so a current applicant can obtain a liquor license for one of the proposed stores. Well, according to our own Fresno Planning Department, the limit for liquor licenses in our census tract is 3. The 3rd and final permit was granted to the recently approved development at Copper and Friant. And wouldn't you know, to the same applicant who's asking to be grandfathered so that he can obtain a 4th license, exceeding the number allowed. We've heard that one of the convenience stores is actually a small market or even a grocery store. We have heard that it is modeled to be a small version of Trader Joe's. Well, here's what we know about that store. It will sell cigarettes and hard liquor behind the counter, be open 24 hours a day, and is next to a gas station. In my 25 years of shopping at Trader Joe's, I have never been to one that looks even remotely like that. And lastly, we have heard that the proposed quote-unquote market is in line with the city's vision of creating a more walkable city. Well, if that's the case, then why is it being built with a gas station? It's obvious what's happening, right? This is a pattern of behavior that has nothing to do with community well-being or community need or even REMA. It's about money, plain and simple. But let's be clear, this is not about one individual developer or operator. It's not even about Copper River. This is about Fresno. What direction are we going in? Do we want to clean up our act and protect our communities, our homes, our kids? Or do we want to continue to allow business to shape our neighborhoods regardless of community concern, regardless of the consequences? 1 liquor store for every 1,000 people. That is an embarrassing and quite frankly scary statistic. We can do better. We are not anti-business. We are in fact quite the opposite. We support the creation of a thriving commercial district, and if any of the proposed developments were for an actual Trader Joe's, we'd be the first in line. We are pro-business, we are pro-capitalism, but first and foremost, we are pro-Fresno. During this process, I've had the pleasure of speaking with many of you. I've been upfront in telling you that I'm doing this to protect my 2 young daughters, but it's become so much more than that. This is for Molly Griffin, a 23-year-old Fresno State nursing graduate, killed by a drunk driver at the corner of Copper and Friant. This is for Ron Boxia, my neighbor, who while out for his daily stroll was killed by a drunk driver at the very same corner 4 years later to the day. You see, we are an affluent community, but we are not immune to the ills of alcohol-related crime. This is for my dad, who, like so many others in this community, walks the same paths Ron Boxia did walked every day. This is for my neighbor, Jim Fugman, who fears for the safety of the kids who attend his school, Fugman Elementary, which faces the prospect of being flanked by liquor stores and gas stations. This is for Jennifer Chi and all the runners and cyclists who use the paved trail along Copper, which can now be turned into driveways for liquor stores. And this is for the Youth Leadership Institute, our city's young leaders who have the courage to speak out for change. They are the future. They don't care about zoning requirements or conditional use permits, and they certainly don't care about a wealthy developer's bottom line. They care about building a safe community for everyone, for you, for me, for friends, for neighbors, for your family, my family, your kids, my kids, for our city. This is our chance. Please vote yes on the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, if you can come forward.
Good morning. I'm Delano Hopkins. I've been in Fresno for 20 years, specifically District 3. And I don't have to throw no numbers out there. I just want to say that, you know, we don't need no liquor stores in Southwest Fresno. I mean, we don't need no more liquor stores in Southwest Fresno. I mean, I don't know if you guys paying attention or listening, you know, but we don't need no more liquor stores in Southwest Fresno. You know, we don't need no more liquor stores in Southwest Fresno. So many other things, you know, Southwest Fresno needs, you know, but there's no urgency to address those issues. so many other things. When I ride on other parts of town, you know, I see dog parks, park for dogs, nice dog parks for dogs, for animals. But when you ride Southwest Fresno, you don't see that for our kids. For our kids. I see dog parks for dogs, for animals. Look better than our parks. That's on Southwest Fresno. Like that need to change. You know, that need to change. You know, y'all say y'all care about all people, but I can't tell. I can't tell. How do you care? I've been in Southwest Fresno for 20 years. I ain't seen no changes in 20 years. But you know, y'all will come and speak and say, oh, we care about the community. No, you don't. That's a lie. And we tired of y'all lying to us. We don't need no liquor stores. What about some healthy food options? What about some outlets for these gang members? You know, like that's been an issue for years, but it's spreading around the city. Now y'all want to act like y'all care a little bit. Y'all don't care. Y'all just care because it's happening on other parts of town. It's been going on the West. Enough is enough. We don't need no alcohol, no liquor stores in Southwest Fresno.
Thank you. The next person, Shelton, online. You are unmuted. Shelton. Let's move on to Ed Brianna. Ed, you are unmuted. You can address the council.
Great, thank you. I'll make this brief. I'm a retired law enforcement officer from the city of Fresno, and I was invited to this meeting to kind of give an input from that perspective. And I have to agree with the council and most of the people that have spoken on here. Nothing really good comes from liquor stores. Great example is there's a murder trial going on right now from an incident that took place at Chestnut and Clinton. And it was a basic misdemeanor. Juvenile delinquent was trying to engage another man to buy alcohol for him, and he refused. The incident took place. So I think this is a really important ordinance. I think that the council should vote yes on it because, and another thing too, I don't know if you guys can consider this, but limiting the hours of operation on these establishments, because when you're open past 10 o'clock, nothing ever good's going to come out of it. So I think this is long overdue. I think it's not just in one area of town, it's all over Fresno. And I think it's a shame what's going on, that they guise liquor stores, using convenience stores to guise the liquor stores, because the real profit is in the liquor, not in the cheap products that they're selling around it. So I agree, we need grocery stores that provide fresh fruits, vegetables, everything, but it's also going to cut down on crime. It's going to make these neighborhoods better. It's going to help with blight. So I think you're on the right course, and I just want to give you my support for that.
Thank you. Next public speaker in person, come forward, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kimberly McCoy, Project Director for Fresno Building Healthy Communities. I just want to let you guys know that I stand in support of the ordinance. I am a mother to an 8-year-old boy. I grew up in West Fresno. West Fresno made me who I am. That's why I'm here today addressing you. Even though I don't reside in West Fresno, I still live in South Fresno. I live in District 1, Esmeralda Soria's district. As a mother of an 8-year-old boy, me and my husband, we have to worry about a lot of things. We have to teach him how to maneuver in this world as a black man. We have to teach him how to act when his mother or father is pulled over by the police department. We have to teach him a lot of things. We can't teach him his multiplications, his divisions, his subtractions, his sight words and things like that, because we're so busy teaching him other things because of what's going on in the world right now. In District 1, there has been 2 shootings. Not only now do we have to worry about our young black men, we have to worry about our young black women now. They're getting killed. And, you know, we haven't heard anything from the police department. We haven't heard a press conference. We haven't heard anything from our mayor or our mayor-elect on those issues. So having these liquor stores in these neighborhoods, they're an eyesore. People hang out. They're a gathering for gang activity. Just a couple of weeks ago on Ashland and Marks, my son goes into the barbershop to get his hair cut over there. There was a shootout at that liquor store. That owner does not tell people not to stand out in front of his liquor store. He lets them gather. He lets them do whatever he they want to do because they are spending money. They are buying beer. They are buying Black and Milds. They are buying cigars. They are putting money into his store. This is ridiculous. We need more investment. I have worked and I have canvassed West Fresno for many years trying to get people involved, trying to get them involved in the Southwest Plan, trying to get them involved in the TCC, trying to get them involved in issues that affect their communities. Even though we're seeing the campus being built, even though we have a junior high school, even though we're seeing community farms, farmers markets being built, and we're seeing people take ownership of things and getting involved. Those are piecemeal approaches to the real problem. You know, we need grocery stores here, not just the Food Max that's here that the prices are sky high and their fruit and vegetables look ridiculous, look rotten. We don't need that. We need, you know, in Nelson Esparza's district, he has a neighborhood Walmart. That's not big like a supermarket Walmart. That's a small little neighborhood store that offers fresh fruits and vegetables and other necessities that we need. That's something that can go into West Fresno. That could be the start of attracting big businesses into West Fresno that our community needs. You cannot say that our community doesn't care because look at this room. Look at all the people that spoke. We care, we just need you to care. We come here time and time again asking you guys for something that's common sense that we need in order for us to be productive. And it's time for you guys to stand up and do the right thing. I support you, but I want to see more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, can you unmute them and have them self-identify? You're online and you can address the council. Doctor?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, good morning, council members. I live in District 6, and I want to make my comments quick, as a lot of people has commented. I'm not going to go through the statistics. I just want to bring your attention to the public health issue that alcohol and drugs brings to the community. As a physician, I see the other end of it. The photo that you shared a little bit ago showed a kid holding a sign saying alcohol is a drug. Alcohol is a drug. The only difference is alcohol is legal. As a physician, I'm on the other receiving end of seeing the effect of alcohol and drugs that brings to the children and the adults, tearing their family apart. I'm hoping that the council members have the courage to pass this bill. This is to protect our neighborhood and children. This is not about a specific district or zone. This is about City of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person in person, come forward, please.
Good morning, Mayor, and members of the council.
You want to pull the mic down so that we can hear you?
I just didn't know if I can touch it. Sorry, y'all. So, my name is Hilda Osuna Perez.
Pull it a little more down. There you go.
My name is Hilda Osuna Perez. I am the program coordinator for the Friday Night Live program at the Youth Leadership Institute, and I'm here to speak to you guys on behalf of my youth who are right now obviously at school, online, so they were not able to attend. However, I do have a recorded message from one of our youth from the Roosevelt Friday Night Live chapter, so I would just like to share that with you.
Nicole Lee. My address is 4592 East Bird Avenue, Fresno, California 93725. I am 17 years old and an alumni of the Roosevelt Friday Night Live chapter. Lily Vane, Christina Garcia, and I advocated for RNMO last year, and City Council passed this act. We are the ones that see in our day-to-day lives that our communities were and still is oversaturated with liquor stores. My school that I had gone to before the pandemic had over 20 liquor stores within a 1-mile radius. And this policy is to make our communities safer and healthier. But South Fresno has been systematically oppressed by those who do not live in our communities, telling us how our communities should be shaped. What we want and ask for is having community gardens, safe walking paths to school, clean parks, and access to parks. We never think of outside businesses and developers coming in and forcing their way into our communities. Is this ask for Cristina Garcia, and I advocated radius. And this policy is to make our communities safer and healthier. But South Fresno has been systematically oppressed by those who do not live in our communities, telling us how our communities should be shaped. What we want and ask for is having community gardens, safe walking paths to school, clean parks, and access to parks. We never think of outside businesses and developers coming in and forcing their way into our communities. Is this ask for having healthy and safe communities too much to ask for? Because it is not, and it shouldn't, as it is our basic human right to live in a community that is not oversaturated with liquor stores. I want to remind all council members that back on May 1st, 2019, at 3:25 p.m., you all voted yes on RNMO to be passed. So I ask you to vote yes on RNMO. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for allowing that young person to speak virtually again. Now we'll go to the next person online. You have been unmuted. Please address the council. Praveen?
Hi, can you hear me?
Now we can proceed, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Badiga, and I'm a family allergy asthma expert here. And I'm board certified in allergy immunology and a physician living in District 6. I appreciate the Fresno City Council entertaining to hear your city residents and about the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act and voice on how to plan the future for the neighborhood that we reside in. I'm really dismayed that even though I have appeared and testified on behalf of Fresno County to the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, as a health spokesman for the American Lung Association many times during this decade, over 10 years, to voice my objection to escalating air pollution, declining air quality in Fresno, at the Fresno City Hall is where I testified, and that I would one day have to testify to my council members and their representatives on the dangers of air pollution, liquor-related accidents and deaths, and the sudden eruption of permit requests for gas stations and liquor licenses on Copper Avenue. We need to understand that it's a home to a lot of educational institutions, such as Copper River Academy Preschool, Fugman Elementary, Clovis North Educational Complex, and hundreds of students walk, bike, drive along Copper Avenue to and from these schools on a daily basis. These gas stations with attached grocery or convenience stores are actually cloaked as liquor stores. It's like a Trojan horse, and they started open as a liquor store disguised. And regardless of the business hours, we already have one such outlet at Copper and Friant that's been approved by the planning division. And also we have that sells liquor actually at Copper and Friant, the same actual place very nearby where one of my friends' dear father died when he was crossing the road hit by a drunk driver almost a year ago. And there have been multiple DUI accidents that damage property, bodily injury, all over that area and all over Fresno. We know the facts that Fresno has been labeled as a very high DUI rate city in the country, actually in the top 25, if not 5. The last time I looked, it was 5 out of 25. And I've sent to you supportive citations for this. And this is directly proportional to the liquor store availability and attributed adverse alcoholic behavioral effects leading to DUI fatalities, domestic violence, and other crimes seen all over Fresno City. We are also ranked in the top 5 cities for air quality due to where we are because of the inversion layer, the vehicular diesel emissions. We are the central go-through paths for Northern California, Southern California through Interstate 5, as well as the 99 with such a high load of diesel trucks.
Thank you, Doctor.
City is considering a new law that will protect us our neighborhood and all the others from proliferation of liquor stores. And I appreciate them for realizing this before it's too late to fix.
Thank you,
I
Doctor.
strongly support the agenda item and for the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act.
Thank you,
very
Doctor. Next person in person, come forward.
Yes, my name is Shanta Smallwood, executive member with the Fresno United. I'm going to let Salam Muhammad have my time.
Of course, you may proceed.
I just wanted to say something real quick that I forgot to say. I believe that people or persons are a product of their environment, and or they become a product of their environment. And I believe that our environment in West Fresno is in desperate need of damn near 100% restoration. And I also believe that I think it would be safe to say that all of you guys probably have an addict in your family, whether it's dope, crystal, whatever, some type of addict. And I believe that these young gang members that's out here doing stuff lost and unconsciously, and some people might feel that they're doing it consciously, I believe they are addicts. They're addicted to their lifestyle. And we need to reform them. Now, I was at a town hall meeting, and I heard an officer say that they was bringing in the feds to pick up all the gun charges for the youngsters. And but he failed to say that, well, this is what he was saying. And to me, I thought that they don't want to deal with a problem because, you know, you have to get to the root. He never once did he mention that they want to go after the manufacturers or the ones that's giving them or allowing accessibility, the access of these guns. They just want to deal with the condition of the people that's seeing that the guns got here. So I say they don't want to fix a problem because you have to deal with the core. So what I'm saying is, instead of taking all these youngsters and removing them, give us opportunity to reform them. That money that they want to instantaneously go spend to bring the feds in to remove these people, and we all know how much it costs to prosecute one individual. But just a portion of that money, give it to the community that we know how to deal with our people. The way that they've been dealing with them for years ain't working, but we know how to deal with them. Let us deal with it in this way and reform them. Recultivate them. We just need a little help from y'all, a little support. Don't spend all that money on throwing them away, because when you throw them away, you got a fatherless kid, you got a nephew that's uncleless. It's taken away from the community, so just by throwing them away is not fixing the problem. You know, so let's address the problem and get to the problem. And
Thank you.
spend some of this time and effort, that same energy that they want to throw us away, and reforming us, helping us reform them. That's it.
Thank you. Next person is Christine on virtually.
Hello. I am Kristen Safian, and I live in the Copper River area with my husband and 5-year-old child. I am speaking today as a thankful parent and resident of Fresno that we have a city council who wants to improve our city. I urge all of you to vote today to pass the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act as it is. Over the years, the issue of alcohol has been huge in my family, so I know firsthand how devastating having this drug around can be in proliferation. My uncle has passed away at the age of 48 due to alcoholism, and my father has been in and out of rehab facilities. I remember growing up and learning about the Say No to Drugs campaign. Very powerful. It is fitting that this next Monday, my son is having his very first Red Ribbon Week. Alcohol is a drug, and that is why we teach our kids, starting them off so young in life, to say no. So what are we saying to our kids? Don't do drugs. Yet we drive and walk our kids by these stores on the way to school with questions being raised. Seems very hypocritical. I do not want an overabundance and easy access to alcohol, and I feel that by having these stores that sell it lined up on a street or on every street corner, as in some parts of town, is just overkill and downright dangerous. I am hopeful that when I saw on ABC 30 News clip that our District 6 council member, Gary Bradfield, said he generally supports the ordinance. I sure hope so, because hearing everyone's testimony today, it's absolutely breaking my heart about what is going on all over the city, not just in our district. I find it quite appalling that a Johnny Quick can even apply for an alcohol permit right now next door to an established preschool that my son went to. This is getting out of hand, and by passing this, I feel like it will make our city of Fresno a better quality place to live and raise our children in. This is about the future of all Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the general public, the next person can come forward in person. I will ask that you limit your comments to 1 minute. We have a couple of dozen more people who wish to address this item before we get to our regular agenda for them today. So 1 minute for all public speakers, please.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Foster. I live 2683 South Bordell, Fresno, California, 93706. In your district, this district, I don't want to be redundant, is saturated, but I'll give you a vision of how saturated it is. Wayne's Liquor Store on California. People, we had 3 shootings last month. Across the street, directly across the street, we have the fruit stand. We have murders this year. Well, one of our mentors of Marcel killed. You go 1 street light south, that's east, excuse me. You have a historical landmark of people being killed. My son was killed in that parking lot, along with the list that's too long, at least 10 other murders. Go back to Wayne's. You go to the liquor store south. You have another landmark, historical murders. I can think of 5 people murdered. If you go 1 more street light, we just had a murder last month inside of the store. So liquor stores are attached to murders, and I'm an advocate of gun violence reduction. I believe if you add more liquor stores, you add more murders.
Thank you. Next person online, Heron, Kaya Heron.
Good morning. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council President, and thank you to all the folks in attendance. My name is Kaya Heron, and I am the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy for the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce. And we applaud the Council for taking action and following the bold leadership of our youth on addressing the saturation of liquor licenses and blight in our city. We agree that our communities deserve better, and thank you for prioritizing the health and safety of our neighborhoods. As an organization representing small Black-owned businesses and aspiring entrepreneurs, we would be remiss to not raise concerns about the potential unintended consequences of the ordinance. Specifically, that current license holders will potentially be given an unfair advantage and will be able to set the price for license purchases necessary to satisfy the ordinance requirements, ultimately pricing out those who want to build real grocery stores. Without explicit language in the ordinance that prevents this from happening, we cannot support the ordinance today. We respectfully ask for a 30-day delay in taking action on the proposed ordinance to address this potential unintended consequence. We hope the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act will ultimately achieve its intended goals for the community's benefit, and we thank you for putting our community's best interests first, stopping with continued excessive alcohol license grantures, and ending the public health crisis that alcohol and drugs bring to our communities.
Next person in person, come forward, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Lula Tucker, a resident. I'm also a retired substance abuse counselor. I deal with mothers with children's program, basically a family, you know. I would like to say, I kind of don't even know why this is even a topic about bringing liquor stores to any neighborhood, really, as it brings a lot of damage, not only to the families, but also to the residents in the area. But what I want to leave with each and every one of you right now, that damaged families produce more damaged families, you know, and we're looking to you guys to be able to assist and help us. You're in a position, you look around, you see, but 9 times out of 10, what I learned as a counselor is normally people who are in substance abuse grew up around someone who was in substance abuse also. Can we please break some chains and some cycles? And just briefly, you know, even though just being in the neighborhoods and you do see violence at every drug or liquor store, why would we want to continue that? Seem like our police and everyone is having a hard time also, but let's be proactive instead of reactive.
Thank you. Thank you for those thoughtful words. Next person online is Andy. Andy?
Can you hear?
Yes, please.
Council Member, my name is Andy Chikara, President of American Petrol and Convenience Store Association, over 1,600 members. Appreciate Councilmember Aria Chavez Nelson and other members who worked over 18 months to make this good neighborhood association ordinance. Unfortunately, I heard some comments. I do agree to the comments. We looked at the issue of alcohol problem. Our businesses are getting from this issue.
Andy, my apologies. We had to cut you off. We had too much feed and it couldn't be heard. Next person in person, if you can come forward. And Andy, thank you for the support and the months of work on this project, and I'm sorry that the connection was so bad. You may proceed with addressing the council.
My name's Terry Brent Shelton Jr. I go by TJ. I live in Esmeralda's district. I'm not pro bring any more liquor stores anywhere, personally. I hear people complaining about all different kinds of neighborhoods. When I grew up, Copper was a dirt road. Fresno wasn't as sprawled as far north as it has been, and I understand they have concerns, but their concerns are light compared to, but it's interesting hearing their research and their perspective regarding how, like in that area on Copper, one person has all 4 licenses looking to grandfather in one of the ones that they already possess to gain a 5th and more to exceed the current rules. How can we break that up? Like, how can we get more community, smaller people in control of these licensing situations and not have them consolidated like that? Because, I mean, the real cry is community investment. We don't want more liquor stores. Personally, I would rather see alcohol have much more stringent regulation and cannabis have less. And I would like to see the licenses for those go into the communities where they are hosted and not be part of a larger push of people with capital, because that's,
Thank you.
I'm pro-capitalist, but we've got community issues to deal with.
Thank you. Next person online, Said.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
All right, thank you. My name is Saeed Attar. I'm a 22-year resident of Fresno in District 2. I'm a professor of chemistry at Fresno State. I'd like to thank the Fresno City Council for providing this opportunity for us to speak as residents. I especially want to commend Council members Chavez and Esparza for leading this effort. I'm a proud father of 2 girls. I teach students in the 18 to 22-year range, and I would like to bring the attention of the council to the effect of easily accessible alcohol on college students. That's something that hasn't been addressed, and I'd like to address that. And as a professor here for 22 years, and as an educator for 25 plus years, I've seen the effects of easily available alcohol on our youth. This week, as a matter of fact, October 10th, was declared by the World Mental Health Day, October 10th, and the National Alliance for Mental Illness has said it many times that alcohol abuse can cause or can heighten the signs and symptoms of depression, anxiety, and psychosis. And once in a while, I do see that firsthand in the students that I try to teach. So I'd like to bring your attention to that, and I hope that the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act will be passed today.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your effort. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Saeed. Any other persons here in person who need to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll complete the virtual public comment. Victor Gonzalez, you're up next.
Good morning, and thank you for your time today. My name is Victor Gonzalez, and I'm a resident of District 2 in the city of Fresno. I'd like to start by saying that the stated goal of reducing the oversaturation of liquor stores is a noble one. Presentation circulated by Mr. Arias, dated 9/24, states that the statistics that many have shared here today, so I won't repeat them, since I think we can all agree that there is an oversaturation of liquor stores in parts of Fresno, and no one is happy about that. With that being said, I oppose the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act as written today because it does not address the immediate problems found in today's areas with those high concentrations. The ordinance bans single servings of beer, malt liquor, wine coolers, and other single-serve containers, as other cities have concluded that banning single-serving containers would reduce crime. While I don't disagree with trying that approach, the same presentation I referenced earlier states that existing businesses will experience no change to current operations, including single sale. So I'll repeat, no change to current operations, including single sale. So in closing, my ask is that we solve the problems of today by addressing the issues and businesses that exist today. We also need to be mindful of the impact the ordinance will have on businesses such as neighborhood markets.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you.
Just one more sentence, if I
Please
can.
proceed.
Yes. In light of the variance discussed about earlier in the meeting, it seems that a delay in this vote would be prudent in order to provide members of the community an opportunity to review it and have it added to the ordinance after proper vetting.
Thank you. Next one is Zhang. You are unmuted. You may address the council.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members, and Fresno community members. My name is Baolia Zhang, and I am a longtime Fresno resident, now residing in District 1. I work for a local nonprofit organization, and I'm also a yoga instructor, community yoga instructor. And I also want to quickly and acknowledge the city and the organization and youth who have worked on this act. It's a step towards healthy living for our community. Also, as a Hmong American, I see firsthand the impact alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs have on people. Just a week ago, a family friend was involved in a drunk driving car accident that took her husband, and 2 small nieces to the hospital and in critical care. To paint the bigger picture here is that by preventing alcohol, tobacco, and other drug access and use, in the long run will reduce the healthcare costs, and that in return will increase resources for other needs in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being brief and concise. Next one is Grecia. You're unmuted.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. My name is Grecia Elenes. I work for Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I'm also a lifelong resident of the city of Fresno. After years of working in my own backyard, the issues of liquor stores and their proliferation, them selling to underage kids, permitting the pandering in their own property when people buy alcohol has come up time and time again. I myself grew up within the radius of 3 liquor stores, all within 3 blocks, and it was just incredible to me now thinking back how easy it was for me to just access tobacco, cigarettes, alcohol, so much easier than healthy foods or even a park for that instance. You know, this Neighborhood Market Act, I wish it would do something to address the issues today, but unfortunately this is more of a long-term measure that I can see really benefiting the communities, especially those in South Fresno. And as such, I urge this council today to adopt this, do not delay, adopt this today, and hopefully, you know, come back and improve this ordinance to be able to address the issues that we see today, because we cannot wait any more longer. This is way past overdue, and
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Next person is Lisa Flores. You have a minute to address the council.
Good morning. I stand in support of this motion. Like a gentleman said earlier, we need no more liquor stores, but what you do need is funding. You need funding in this community for changes to the general plan. You need funding for your environmental justice element. You need funding for more parks. You need funding for cleaning up toxic sites and parks. You need more healthcare services. You need more union jobs in grocery stores. You need more funding. Also, too, you need more funding for your truck study, but I'll call you about that later. But in general, I stand in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Go ahead and
hello?
Yes, please identify
Yes.
yourself.
Hi. Hello. Hi, my name is Dr. Virgin Mirzayan. I'm a resident of Fresno. I, first of all, want to thank this opportunity and Fresno Council for all your work. I am for the RNMA. And I just want to say one thing, that what sets us apart as humans compared to other creatures is that we have the ability to have future intelligence, which means that we can predict our future, make a decision, and change the present, and therefore altering our future. This is an amazing power, and today this power is in the Fresno Council. You have the power to change the direction and the course that we are on. If you look at what definition of stupidity is, it's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We see from the course that we're on, we are not on a proper path. We need to change and change today, not tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. We have to save every single child's future. By having more liquor stores come in, you're not going to increase the revenue from taxes for Fresno, because you can only buy so much. You cannot just basically increase the market. So if you think by saying yes to more liquor stores, you're going to increase the revenue for Fresno, that is a false perception. So I commend every council member that is going to vote for this today and pass it. Because if you say no, basically you are saying that you are for alcoholism and you are for drug abuse and you are for the negative direction for Fresno. So I would highly recommend that you think about your actions and use your power very wisely, because you were chosen by the people to represent the people. And I appreciate this time.
Thank you, Doctor. Next person is Jesus Mendoza.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. More than anything, I want to say that this is long past due. This is not that it's been recent. As a matter of fact, high school students within Fresno Unified School District had identified this problem. Just thinking about Roosevelt High School, where I worked and worked with the leadership groups there, Dare to Dream and high school leadership, students had identified that they were within the mile radius of Roosevelt, there were about 27 liquor stores that they'd come across. So every student, most of the students who walked to campus, they would bump into 1 or 2 liquor stores on their way home. So this is, it's quite past due. So it's not something that I'm happy about right now. I'm actually urging for the city council to be responsible and take leadership, not to continue to criminalize us immigrant communities as the ex-police chief used to do with us with his DUI points. So if we're really about values, this is the time to take action. We're the drunkest city in California. Think about it. This speaks volumes of our leadership. That is your leadership. So let's take responsibility and move forward.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you.
Next person is Becky. Becky, can you hear us?
Actually, I think, Council President, can you hear me?
Yes.
Unfortunately, Becky, my assistant, set this up, and it's really, I raised my hand, but her name shows up.
No worries. For the record, it's not Becky. It is Darius Asimi.
Exactly.
Thank you, City Clerk. Yes, of Granville Homes, City Clerk. You may proceed.
Thank you. I also despise liquor stores and what they have done to our community, especially Southwest Fresno. My challenge, and I've shared this with council, with this act, it does not remove liquor stores in Southwest. And it continues to allow single sale of alcohol, which is another issue that I've communicated this with council. What we do need in Fresno, as many folks have spoken this morning, is we need more grocery stores. We need more neighborhood markets. And the way it's written, and my understanding of what the way it's written, is that it prohibits small neighborhood markets under 10,000 square feet to open. It puts barriers against those. I want to say vehemently, I despise what liquor stores and single sale alcohol has done to our city, to our community, especially Southwest Fresno. You want more liquor stores? We've got to amend this act, and I'm encouraged by Council Member Chavez amendments that would allow, and I hope, Council President, you will take those on, and the rest of the council, to make amendments to allow small grocery stores to open up all over our community that are walkable and in congruence with the general plan's mission and your vision. Again, we hope to work together. Again, I can't emphasize enough. I despise what liquor stores and drunk driving has done to our youth, to our school systems, to the people that have to walk across liquor stores.
Thank you, Mr. Asimi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Suki. I hope I pronounced that correctly. You're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Suki Sahota. I'm a nurse who lives in the Copper River neighborhood. I lost a fellow colleague, a nurse that was killed in a drunk driving accident on Copper and Friant a few years ago. I have 2 teenage boys who attend Clovis North High School. I also have a 9-year-old who attends the Fugman Elementary School District, just steps away from the proposed 2 gas stations, liquor stores in our area. We moved to this area 10 years ago to raise our kids in a safe neighborhood. Bringing in liquor stores and gas stations to this friendly area would just add violence and crime to our family-friendly neighborhood. Please rethink allowing this to happen. In California, Fresno is already negatively viewed as the armpit of California. Let's not do any more damage to our already tarnished community. We don't need added traffic in our area. Copper already has too many cars racing down the streets. Adding gas stations and liquor stores will just add to that problem. Let's all do better by keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Suki. And the next person is Nick. Please proceed. You'll have a minute to address the council. Nick, can you hear us? All right, let's move on to Rod. Oh, there you are. We almost missed you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council President and members of the council. My name is Nick Uvino Jr., and I'm looking for clarity on how this ordinance will affect those who currently have applications being processed by the city. Thank you.
Nick, thank you. This is your opportunity to address the council. Is that all?
Yep.
Thank you. We will proceed with Raj. Please proceed, Raj. You are the last speaker on this item before we return to the dais.
Respected Council President and members, my name is Rajdeep Singh. I live in Northwest Fresno. As listening to all the comments and concerns, I feel all store owners are painted as evil people. There are many store owners who came forward as city and police department needed help in the past. Please don't see all the store owners with one vision. There are many good operators in our town. I'm a small business owner and operator since 2005 in Fresno area. We have been working on a project for several years with the neighborhood market model where we offer fresh and healthy food with a quick serve restaurant. Alcohol sales are incidental and not consumed on site. Our design has less than 5% sales area for alcohol. We understand our responsibility as a store owner and operator. I agree with the council. We do not need any more liquor stores in our town. It does not matter what part of the town. We do not need any more liquor stores, but we do need neighborhood markets. These new amendments will put stop to the neighborhood markets and will suffer huge financial damages.
Thank you, Raj.
I would request the council not to...
Council, that concludes the public comment virtually in person. I do want to just reference for the record that we received several petitions via email and electronic comments. There's approximately 400 comments in Northeast Fresno, a couple hundred signatures of petitions for Northwest Fresno, in addition to several emails in support and in opposition. So I just want to make sure for the record, we've received approximately 1,000 members who reached out to us via email or petition in support, and from my account, about 25 in opposition to it. Just want to make sure that's clarified for everyone.
Mr. President, it's kind of funny that my residents are reaching out to you and not to me, because they call me, they have my cell phone number. It's 601-0564. My residents know how to reach out to me, sir.
Council member, if you would not interrupt, it's just making sure it's clear for the record that we received everyone's comments. I'm not referencing to you in any way personally, so please let's keep the decorum.
What does Northwest Fresno mean? I'm just curious.
Council member, we will now return to the dais, and we'll turn the mic over to our mayor, who's joining us on the dais for this item, and then we'll continue with council members.
Thank you, Council President. Let me first say that in my family, alcoholism and drug addiction has been part of it. Unfortunately, we've had to battle, and I'm sure it extends to many, many families in this city and across this country. So this is certainly an issue that rings close to home for me. And historically, I can go back to my days on the Planning Commission back in 2001. These are issues back then and before then, so they've continued. I want to thank former Councilman Oliver Baines, who actually started the initial process that was taken up by the three council members, Chavez, Nelson, and Arias. I want to thank those council members for listening to me and taking on this massive project. That's what it is. It's taken a long time. I think it's at least 2 years in the making. But part of our discussions we had yesterday, to address some of the issues I had, was one, developing a program to incentivize ABC licenses that have been revoked and basically offer somebody coming in new with probably a committee of the mayor and say a council subcommittee in consultation with the PD and ABC to incentivize, instead of having to buy 2 licenses, you can buy 1 license. And I know there's going to be a text amendment that's part of the record that will start next week to define these new neighborhood grocery markets that I think are a step in the right direction. I would ask that include an advisory panel of experts to make sure we do it properly and timely. And as Councilmember Chavez has said earlier, there's a variance provision that I think the city attorney said has got to be added on. But that variance provision, when it is in there, will allow an existing store right now to actually go ahead prior to the text amendment, so there's a lot of flexibility. And what I do like about this act is that it does provide at least 1 annual code enforcement visit. A lot of these stores have simply not been seen by code enforcement, so at least 1 annual inspection is a step in the right direction. And I know there's a 1-year review on this program to see its outcome. And just so the concerns I had were addressed by my meetings yesterday with this council subcommittee, and I'm now prepared to support the Responsible Neighborhood Act. And again, my kudos to the committee who put it together and all the hard work you have. And I think it's a step in the right direction for the city of Fresno. Issues have been identified that we need to still continue to work on, but this is a big first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and the council committee and the council appreciates your support of this significant ordinance to clean up our city. With that, council, I will move to see any councilors would like to speak on this item.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank everyone for their participation, the residents that showed up here to be present, and then those also that chimed in virtually. Obviously, this is an extremely important issue in our community that has impacted many neighborhoods for a very long time. I do applaud my colleagues for the courage and their leadership in bringing something forward that will be a positive change for the future of our city. I think that we all recognize that liquor stores are not what we want to see in our neighborhoods, and I think that we have heard loud and clear, not just today, but at least I've heard it for the last 6 years and even in my time before council, that families want us to prioritize investments that improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods when it comes to parks, better schools, better housing. Those are the types of investments that they want to see in their neighborhood. They do want to see grocery stores, and they recognize that. So it's not something that we haven't talked about before. In fact, this council earlier this morning supported in the consent calendar an ordinance that I brought forward many years ago to try to incentivize grocery stores. What I find interesting is that the folks that oppose the proposal today have never showed support for the incentives that I had proposed 6 years ago or 5 years ago to waive actually impact fees and incentivize these small grocery stores to come to the neighborhoods that are being impacted by liquor stores. So just find it very interesting. But I do, want to say that I'm in strong support of what we're trying to do. I believe that this is a step forward. It's going to create the tools so that we can go after the bad actors. And I think that there's a commitment that we do want our code enforcement to be out there. I've seen in my residence in District 1 have seen the immediate impact of having a saturated liquor licenses in various neighborhoods. I have a neighborhood on Shields and West that is impacted tremendously because of the vagrancy, of the homelessness, of the alcohol addiction, of all these liquor licenses in 4 corners, and then you have a recycling center. So you can imagine what an attractive nuisance that becomes and how it erodes the quality of life. Our residents are tired of that. They're tired of the same old, and so when anyone in this city, and I invite any developer that would love to bring this forward, because I would stand with them and support it. And if we have to do a variance, we'll do the variance, because I do believe that we need to invest in attracting more grocery stores, that we will do whatever we can, that we will lift any rock to make sure that grocery stores, that healthy options are afforded to our community. So I want to thank everyone for the work that they've done over the last one plus years in getting to today. Thank you.
Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Council President. I wanted, I think Mayor Brand forgot that when our good friend Oliver Baines III brought this up, I was his co-sponsor on that. And we did our best to bring this forward. As my colleagues are nodding, yeah, they remember. So, but the problem then was we didn't have council support. And that was a tragedy. But we laid the foundation to a degree, and that foundation was based on the Roosevelt High School students that came in with their petitions, with their statistics, with their charts. And Oliver and I totally agreed with them. But again, unfortunately, the council, my colleague back here in the back who spoke, you remember that. So it was these kids were really great. I mean, they did their homework, dotted the I's, crossed the T's. They'd all make good lawyers, by the way, with that work, that product that came from that meeting or meetings. We had several, actually. So I'm happy to see it come to the point where we're ready to vote on it today. Congratulations to my colleagues who picked up the situation and carried it over the goal line. I appreciate that as well. And I just wanted to say that for me, our entire community, the entire community of Fresno, when you move into an area, you have expectations. And I think things like this disrupt those expectations of your community, whether it's north, south, east, or west. And I don't like to disrupt that expectation. And if an area is zoned for whatever, that doesn't mean it's entitled to have that, in my view. There's a by right paragraph or clause, et cetera. But I'm sure when people, at least when I purchased my home 40-something years ago, I was never told about different things that could, maybe, should, would. The deal was, I want this house and I could afford it, and let's conclude the transaction. So again, I don't want to disrupt expectations of neighborhoods. I've had a lot of calls from the north end of town, as well as my district, as well as other areas. And I respect those calls, pro and con. But the voice that I hear today requires that I support this motion that's being brought today. So a job well done by not only the council, but especially the citizens. And we do hear you. Sometimes people think we don't. We do listen, and we do care, but we have to get in a position to carry the voice and vote forward to prevail in situations like this and other times. So again, thanks everyone for listening, your participation, your patience. It takes time, but we finished. We got to the line. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you, and Councilmember Baines for setting the foundation for today's vote. Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
Yeah, first of all, I want to commend my colleagues, Council President Arias, Esparza, Soria, for working on this and really doing a yeoman's job in terms of pushing this for a long time. I know Councilman Arias, you inherited some of these difficulties and challenges, and you've been taking them on, so I really do commend you for that. And several things I want to address in terms of some of the issues related to this, and perhaps Councilmember Chavez. And Councilmember Chavez, I want to also commend you too. I know you've worked on this and very hard on it as well. Could you explain specifically, when you say that the variance regarding the grocery stores, exactly what that means and what this allows? I have some concerns about some of what's in here in terms of the potentially preventing grocery stores, the very type of markets we want to come into neighborhoods, to be able to come into the neighborhoods. I mean, we all agree the oversaturation of the liquor stores. And so I think there may be some unintended negative consequences of this, and I want to root those out and make sure it's not a problem, but I think you're trying to address that.
So if I can, Councilmember Chavez, as I understood Councilmember Chavez's comments, he's open to bringing back a variance at the next meeting that will ensure that grocery stores can come forward as part of this development. It should also be noted that grocery stores right now also get their development fees waived as an incentive that was approved this morning for an additional 2 years until 2022, which was sponsored by Councilwoman Soria. So the details of that variance would have to be, written up, fleshed out by Councilmember Chavez. And legal counsel, go ahead.
Hello, I'd like to clarify. I know that we speak in a different language as lawyers, but I did want to clarify that Councilmember Chavez has requested to bring forward a resolution of initiation next week, which will allow for an exemption that would foster the ability to bring more neighborhood markets.
What does that mean?
Right. Let me chime in here because I think this is important. And Councilmember Bredefeld. So in order to simplify this, so if you can think of a neighborhood market of a concept, and I mentioned earlier an Aldi version of what this looks like, which is like essentially what one of the gentlemen spoke about, like a Trader Joe's that has options that include fresh fruits, vegetables, dairy products, baked goods, deli meats, a little mini meat area. We have these concepts within our city. They're actually what a neighborhood market was before supermarkets came in the picture. And it's essentially a place where folks would have access to these products. And so I think the purpose of this was to incentivize those. And I think Councilmember Soria developed that process by way of incentives. But that's what we actually want in our community. And that's really the intent, to incentivize those and, quite frankly, reduce the number of liquor stores, which, as I define a liquor store, is you walk into some in my district, they have 30% of shelf space of just liquor and booze, and chips, and these perishable, non-perishable goods. That's not what a neighborhood market is, and that's why I want to put that provision where, one, they will come and meet with the council member, make sure that this fits the neighborhood. Two, meet with the implementation committee, i.e. our residents that have their eyes and ears on the ground. And then should that satisfy both areas, we bring in the council for consideration on what that would look like, right? So I really intended to make sure that the residents are, have a huge say in what actually goes into their neighborhoods. And, I'm sure that, some of these will come up here in the next year or so, maybe some in my district, maybe some in your district. And actually, I'll flag it for my council colleagues. I do have a couple of those in the queue already, and I want that in my neighborhood. So that's really what the definition of what a neighborhood market is in my eyes.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I frankly like it. And so does that delay this process at all by coming back next? I'm asking the city attorney. Does that delay it at all, city attorney?
No, if this ordinance is approved today,
okay,
when signed by the mayor, then it will be effective 30 days after that, regardless of what other changes you want to make after that.
Okay.
The other changes that are being proposed would be on a parallel track, and then they would be effective whenever that process is complete.
Okay, so I want to make sure. So let's say, for example, there are 3 liquor stores on 3 out of 4 corners in Southwest Fresno, and a grocery store, as we define it, as Councilmember Chavez was talking about, wants to go on the 4th corner. Without that variance, that grocery store wouldn't be allowed, but with the variance, it would. Is that accurate?
If
that's correct.
Assuming
Correct.
council would ultimately approve it, yes.
Okay, and that's important to me, because I think that takes away some of the problems that would be there. And so I appreciate that, and I want to also acknowledge Councilmember Chavez. I didn't mean to overlook you. I know you've been actively involved in this, and so kudos to you as well as the others for what you've accomplished. And so I appreciate that variance very much. One of the other problems that I'm concerned about are what's on page 15, which is the licenses that have to be purchased beyond just the one for the ABC license. So if there's less than 10,000 square feet, you have to buy 2 and get rid of 1. 10 to 30,000 square feet, there's 3, and then there's 2 to get rid of, and then more than 30,000 square feet, you have to buy 4 and get rid of 3. Correct? I mean, I think that's the way it is. And so those licenses, my concern is they're going to skyrocket. I think when you limit something, it becomes more valuable, and clearly those licenses will go up. That is a fear for me, in the sense that when we do have a potential grocery store that wants to move in, whatever the size, they're going to look at the costs of paying for those additional licenses, and for some it's going to be cost prohibitive. We can speculate what those licenses are going to be, but it is going to be cost prohibitive, and they're going to go somewhere else, to Madera or Clovis, or where they don't have to pay those fees. And so what I would like to do is bring back something where we give some kind of credit to those potential stores, grocery stores, perhaps a 50% credit against anything above the one license they have to buy. So if they have to buy an additional license, they get a 50% credit against our city fees, sales tax, whatever. If there's 3 additional licenses and it costs them $300,000 above the initial license, they would get a credit from the fees they have to pay to the city as well as sales tax. I think that helps in terms of prospective businesses and the kind of businesses we want to be attracting to the city of Fresno. If we don't do that, my fear is we will continue the anti-business, difficult business reputation the city of Fresno has, and that's an unintended consequence of this. I don't think any of us want to do that. We want to attract the quality stores into our neighborhoods. So that's something I'll bring back. What's your feeling about that in terms of the sponsors?
A couple of points, Councilmember. In your analogy of West Fresno, one corner has 3 liquor stores. One of the challenges has been is that no grocery store would come in to a block that has 3 liquor stores. 1, because there's a saturation of alcohol. 2, because of the nuisance and crime that it attracts. And 3, there isn't any disposable income left in that neighborhood to warrant a grocery store. So this has been one of the problems, is that simply a 4th license or a convenience store or healthy market that's simply a disguise for another convenience store or liquor store is what we're trying to avoid. So I just want to tell you that we spend a lot of time trying to understand the market, and one of the impediments in West Fresno is the dozens and dozens and dozens of establishments like these make it it's prohibitive to actually attracting the grocery store that we're looking for. Secondly, I'm always open to exploring and considering how we provide incentives for grocery stores. So to your proposal, I'm open to it, as long as it's not given to the 7-Eleven, the convenience store, the Chevron, or the liquor store that is going to be rebranded as a healthy store. So if it's a grocery store that brings non-perishables, right now a grocery store is considered 50%, prepare at home, rice, pastas, beans, 30% perishable, fruits, vegetables, meats, delis, milk. As long as it's a grocery store, because that's what people want, I am more than happy to figure out how we incentivize, if that means waiving additional fees beyond what's already in place now with Councilwoman's bill that the council approved this morning. I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I mean, of course, we want, healthy stores coming in, grocery stores, true grocery stores, and I think they're easy to define. You've started that. And so there are clear definitions of what are grocery stores versus liquor stores. And so I will sit down and look at that and consult with you, and we'll bring something forward that helps everybody. Yeah. Another issue, people expressed difficulty getting the big grocery store in Southwest Fresno, a Vons, a Save Mart. What will that take from your perspective, Council President Arias? I remember being on the council before, and we had difficulty trying to get that, and here we are some time later still trying to make that happen. I guess, with the Food Max, but that's obviously not the same thing as a true Vons or a Save Mart. What's needed? Is it incentives? Is it, because, I think this council asked yesterday, you had proposed $5 million for the parks. I pointed out where, I think there's $3 million that's misappropriated and $2 million that we can be utilizing that are general fund dollars. I have no problem taking those dollars and incentivizing a Vons and a Save Mart to come into Southwest Fresno. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because I'm open to that. I want to do what we can to make that happen, and I think everything should be on the table.
I'm always open to that, and before I scare the mayor with giving away millions of dollars to Save Mart or Vons, I want to tell you that my lesson after 22 months in understanding the industry and the situation in Fresno, and having worked in a convenient gas station as a young college kid, is that the physical environment that has resulted after decades of saturation is the biggest impediment to a grocery store. It's a physical environment of saturation, of crime and blight that is keeping a bigger store. When they have come in, Vallarta is a perfect example. They thrive. The Vallarta in Southeast Fresno, the one on Clinton and 9, when they open, they thrive. There is a demand for them, but it is a physical environment that we have created over a 35-year period of approving every alcohol licenses without having the accountability. That's why this proposal includes annual inspections where people risk to lose their conditional use permit if they don't clean up their act. So I think it's a combination of managing what's there, holding them accountable, not adding more saturation, and in providing the environmental, the physical, and maybe the financial incentives beyond what the councilman already has. If you're a grocery store, you don't pay development fees in Fresno. That's a pretty significant incentive already. We just have to help bring them here by, I think, cleaning up what's unfortunately been allowed to occur for 40 years.
Councilmember Bredfield, I think you bring up a good point that, we, notwithstanding this ordinance, I mean, it's something we should be looking at. I think some of the issues that were addressed by some of the folks in opposition to the ordinance, we're kind of dealing in hypotheticals right now because, unfortunately, we don't have grocery stores climbing over themselves to build in my district or in Councilmember Arias' district. And so, as you mentioned, as you alluded to, and as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, when we cap this market, it's going to create this new market within the licenses. And I certainly think there's something we should do in terms of incentivizing grocery stores, but we should see what the market looks like. I mean, see how it unfolds, see what that equilibrium price kind of starts to float around, and how cost prohibitive that is. Is a grocery store, a grocery chain like Aldi's, is that going to be cost prohibitive for them? I mean, I think they're an international company. I don't know. So I think we should be having this conversation notwithstanding the ordinance. And I appreciate bringing that up.
I agree. And
Can I ask a clarifying question on this? What is the dollar value of the fee that's being waived to incentivize these markets from going in?
It's dependent on the development fee that the applicant pays. Every application is different.
Can we get a range? Because I want to see what that dollar value is compared to the increased cost for those licenses they have to surrender. Because when we limit the market and limit the supply, then costs go up. Yeah. So I just want to understand if we're comparing apples to apples here. Because we can talk to folks and tell them what they want to hear and talk about these great incentives. But if in reality, we're just passing false promises, I think we need to be very, very clear to the public what we're talking about.
So,
if the incentive's
Councilmember,
really an incentive.
I think that's a fair question, and I think we can fully vet that question when the councilmember brings his proposal forward.
Okay. And so let me just say one thing, I'll wrap up on terms of this incentivizing. We, as a city, mayors before, when we have gone after airlines, when we have gone after the Gap, we have gone to them and we have tried to work out ways to bring them here. And so I think we ought to be, if District 7's in great need of that, and certainly District 3 is in great need of that, we ought to find a site, and we ought to find an incentive package, and we ought to find a group, council member, mayor, to go to these companies and say, we want you here. What's it going to take? And rather than waiting for them to arrive at our door, we need to go to them. And I think that's what needs to happen in these areas. And I would be fully supportive of that and fully supportive of incentive packages to make that happen. And that's going to take action, so I'm fully supportive of moving in that direction. I will be supporting this today. It's not a perfect bill, as I've outlined, but I think it will continue to improve as we have the variance, as we provide credits for real grocery stores that we want in the neighborhood. And I will just point out one thing. I mean, people have known my opposition to having the marijuana dispensaries. I just find it ironic that people are very concerned about all of the proliferation of alcohol in stores, and yet the council has breathlessly been putting in marijuana dispensaries, and we've gone into the manufacture and distribution of marijuana. So it's a little bit ironic for me. Having said that, I don't want to rain on their parade, but I'm going to support this today.
Thank you, Councilmember. For the last word, we'll go to Councilmember Carbasi if you have any words before we vote.
I appreciate that, Council President. First of all, I want to thank all the people that spoke today, especially Aaron Foster. With the high increase in gang violence we're having and the gang shootings in the city, we need him now more than ever to help reduce that problem we're having. And his words do carry a lot of weight with me. Just so we can offer a different picture, first of all, I appreciate you sharing with me the petition. I haven't seen that petition. I'm sure you'll show it to me later. But I have seen hundreds of emails in my box in opposition. So I'm trying to weigh all the factors here without emotion. The Aldi example. So I actually do have an Aldi going up in my district at Shaw and West. For the past 5 years, there used to be a strip mall there. There used to be an Office Max and what was called the Tang Dynasty. And for the residents that live there, they understand this is a big problem because we have a neighborhood right behind that shopping center it's a 55 and plus neighborhood. And they've had a lot of problems because there has been a lot of illegal dumping. There has been a lot of homelessness and small fires created back there, and they're worried about their safety. We don't have the money as a city to go in there constantly and clean it up and have upkeep when those shopping centers are left vacant. One tool I have is when somebody decides to invest in this city, one, they're creating a market, but they're also cleaning up an entire area. So that helps me to do my job. And without that outside investment, I will not be able to stop the illegal dumping, to stop all the vandalism we have in that area, and to keep my senior residents safe. And this is a problem in other areas. Now, I'm really appreciative of Councilmember Chavez at I know it's the 11th hour we're making this change, but this variance does have potential to help deal with this problem because up until this morning, this bill made it virtually impossible, incentives aside, it made it impossible to actually create neighborhood markets. So what I'd like to say is here's my issue, and I've had this issue, and I've made it clear, and I don't think there's going to be any negotiation here. But my problem with this bill is it gives a monopoly to existing liquor stores in saturated areas while blocking markets that sell fresh produce from going in, despite the variance. You know, it's called the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act, but it doesn't do anything to present single-sale alcohol. It doesn't do anything to hold the people accountable that have been causing the greatest problem in our neighborhoods, in those liquor stores by our parks and our schools. They are the problem, and this bill gives them a free pass and raises the value of their businesses by limiting the number of licenses. That is an unintended consequence that we are discussing right now, so I'm going to call it an intended consequence. Here's my biggest problem in District 2. This is poison. This is a single-serve bottle of alcohol. And the people that are causing the problem, those bad liquor store owners, are going to continue to be able to sell this, not just in my district, but in neighborhoods south of Shaw. We haven't addressed the elephant in the room. That's why I can't support this bill. Where is the police and code enforcement to go after these bad actors? I'm a new council member. What have we been doing these last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years to stop this? And that's why I'm voting no. Because this is classic California. I love this state. But we keep passing these feel-good bills like Prop 47 and 57 saying, oh, we'll fix it later. Why? Let's fix it now. To our youth out there, here's what I want to say to you. The Youth Leadership Institute is a great organization. I remember what it was like being a young person. I'm 37 now. I know what it was like when you're passionate and you believe in something because you're the one paying the consequence. You have to walk to school, walk with your siblings to school, and you have to see garbage, you have to see crime, you have to live it every day. And believe it or not, it does happen in District 2 as well. But here's my concern. You don't deserve a false promise. You deserve results. There are issues with this bill. It's called the Responsible Neighborhood Market Act. It doesn't stop the irresponsible liquor stores. And I really do apologize that I can't vote with you on this. Perhaps if we had been working together earlier, we could have worked together. But we live in a very different era in American politics today. And I hope after this election day, we'll get back to normal. But you've seen some of the language here today. You know, this doesn't have to be a country where it's false choices, it's either or. You're with us or against us. If we all want a good community, we have to work together. The very people that invest in my neighborhoods that we want to invest in Southwest Fresno, these are the people that we should also include in the conversation because we need their money to build these neighborhood markets. But if we call them special interests and vilify them and don't want them, then guess what? We're going to pass all the policies that sound good and feel good, but they're not going to get anything done, and you're going to be left with a false promise. If we can improve this bill, I'll vote for it. I'm trying to find a way to vote for it, but I haven't been able to do that today. I really appreciate what you're doing and your passion. I think we'll get there one day, but I want to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Before we go to a vote, I just want to remind the council that I appreciate the comments from the public and about code enforcement police. The police chief was just here this week. There's a record amount of shootings. I think it's fair to say that the police department has their hands full. Our code enforcement have been doing pandemic enforcement, face masks. I think it's fair to say that they have their hands full. And ultimately, any of us at any day can bring forward a bill to ban all single sale. So if that's what my colleagues want to do, I look forward to that process, that conversation, and I welcome that conversation amongst us. City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbarson?
As friendly a no as possible.
Okay, Member Chavez.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Councilmember Capriola? Council Vice President Capriola?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. President Arias?
An absolute yes. Thank you all for this time, and we're going to break for lunch, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you to the youth of our city and our residents and everybody who called in today. Attending virtually, Councilmember Bradfield, Carbasi, and myself physically present in the chambers. Let's proceed with the items that were pulled. We have gone through item 2L, 2O, and now we're down to item 2BB. Councilmember Bradfield, you pulled that item.
Okay, so the issue that I was wondering about, we are, I guess, awarding $1.5 million to the Fresno Arts Council to look at art and culture institutions and giving them grants between $10,000 and $150,000. I guess it'll be awarded to local museums, but it crosses out museum, it says institutions. How are we defining these institutions? On the second part of this, we're giving art and culture grants between $10,000 and $25,000 to local performing art programs. And how are we defining that? How will this be determined? That's my first question.
And if I may, this was sponsored by the COVID committee. So I know Councilmember Chavez is online and Councilwoman's a little late to reconvene after an interview. But the word institution was used because not everything is considered an official museum. So, for example, the Veterans Memorial has a Veterans Museum in there,
right,
but it's not designated as an official museum like a Met museum would be. So we wanted to make sure there was a definition to accurately allow as many potential museum amenities to apply for the resources. The second question, if I understood you, is what criteria are we going to use for the amounts?
Yeah.
I was actually going to default to Councilwoman Soria because she's been the lead on this, unless our legal counsel can outline the criteria. I don't know if you have anything to add, or we can wait for Councilwoman Soria when she returns.
If you want to wait, we can wait.
Okay, if you don't mind, Councilman Bradfield, can we go to your item 2DD?
2CC?
Can we go to 2DD, because that one involves Councilwoman Soria too?
Oh, okay, 2DD.
Yes.
Let's see, 2DD. All right, let me get to that. 2DD.
It is adopted 30th Amendment, 44,000 of CARES Act for Mask Up CB campaign.
Okay, so a couple of questions. On the expenditure list from Barrios Unidos, they have so this is, I guess, for some kind of mask campaign, and they want $4,000 for youth stipend, 16 times $250 for stipends for youth to design, post, share, and highlight the COVID-19 mask campaign, and then what they call influencer stipends, $4,000 as well for that. And then they have something called YouSpark for $2,000, which is a youth media company to share campaign and uplift youth and influencer narrative. So I'm a little confused by this in terms of a mass campaign. What is this mass campaign, and what are we doing?
I can answer that, Council President. So, as you know, Councilmember Bredefeld, we've been working with the County Public Health Department and really tracking the data and the numbers that are coming out. And as we've seen, we have our older population that have been really, using a lot of precautions, CDC guidelines, the mask. And so those numbers have been decreasing. What we've seen in the trend has been the young folks that have tested positive. And obviously, a lot of them are asymptomatic, which, is great for them, but not so great for the older folks that they could be around aunts, uncles, grandparents, et cetera. And so what this really intends to do is to reach that segment of the population to ensure that they have the information, that they know the consequences, and more importantly, that they stay healthy. And so these are various means of mediums to reach them. We know that they don't traditionally, watch the old school TV, as some of them put it, but they're very active on social media. They're very active within organizations. And this was a way to ensure that they reach that message, one, and two, that they take all the CDC health and local public health precautions, i.e. wearing a mask, i.e. the hand sanitizer, i.e. the social distancing. And so this is an effort to really address those numbers that we've seen increasing with young folks.
So what you're saying is you're using young folks to reach young folks? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit it, but I didn't know what an influencer was up until recently. And apparently these folks are really popular on social media, and they have a number of followers. Private companies actually use them to market and really, make available products, services, things of that sort. So this was one of the mediums that we chose to, use in order to ensure that that message gets reached to them.
And Councilmember, I think the official definition of influencer is somebody unlike us that has more than 2,000 Twitter followers. So, but yes, it is. We're using young people to convince young people to wear a mask whenever they're out and to be safe. And this is a pretty interesting and innovative proposal from young people.
Okay.
All right.
We have a motion on
that? With that, I'll make the motion.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Member Esparza. All right, let's do roll call on this.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi? Councilmember Soria is absent. Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
And President
Absolutely.
Arias.
Thank you. Councilmember, do you mind if I just do a point of order and go back to council comments first before we go to the next items? I know Councilmember Vice President wanted to go into council comments when we came back in. So if you don't mind, we'll start with our Council Vice President. You can engage in council comments.
Should have gave you a little warning. I just took a big mouthful of peanuts, my dessert from lunch, my protein. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Pardini and their staff for getting the food boxes to our seniors. We can't express the gratitude enough for the hard work they've been doing. not only to distribute the food, but all the positive comments that we've received from the seniors about this program. And I'm sort of speaking for and looking for their confirmation from members Chavez and Carbasi, because they were key ingredients to getting this, so to speak, to get these food boxes put together. Thanks to the Fresno State Police Department, Northeast Police Department, for all their help in these events. Today, we moved, Brianna, could you show us a picture? So right there, that's the perfect one. Not that one. Oh my God. This is the new location at 6th and Shaw. As you know, the council approved a recreational / center at 6th and Shaw. And so we've got fresh pavement, and we're now facilitating the senior meal for my District 4 at that location. Next slide. So this shows the truck. It's a refrigerated truck that transports the boxes to the location, and then we pre-qualify people so they make sure they're seniors and that they fulfill the expectations of our program. So with that same diagram, if you'll note the drawing there, it's really exciting. This is the result of my colleagues approving of financing to put this recreational / community center together at that location. So there are two buildings. It's hard to tell from the diagram, but there's a smaller building. It's 3,700 square feet. The one above it's about 3,900 square feet. And so we met yesterday with a fantastic staff from the mayor's office, city manager, and Jim Shad and their representatives. We walked through it. We diagrammed it. This was produced by the department, and it's fantastic. So now we're going to work from that to facilitate more senior activities, to facilitate more activities generally once we complete it, once we get it open, once the COVID kind of backs down. So I could go on for a long time on this, and I appreciate everyone's support. Next picture, if we have one. I thought we had one more. No, two of them? Yeah, that shows the entrance. So they make a left turn, go in. This building you see there, those two buildings, it's hard to determine two because they're stacked with each other. But that's the facility we're talking about. I think we're like at 330 meals today at this location. And as I said, the people are so appreciative. So we're going to continue the development of that project that my colleagues authorized and so forth, and we'll keep it going. So, sorry? I didn't hear you. 4:30. Oh. Okay. 4:30, that means something. We'll talk about it. Oh, 430 meals. Oh, I thought you meant like 4:30 in the afternoon. I thought we'll still be here. What are we going to do? So I stand corrected. My staff just got back. So 430 meals. So a couple more little things. So last Thursday, we were at the old location, Vinland Elementary. And at that location, we really have a great bunch of people out there, not only residents, but the police and others. Why do I say that? We had a homeless person there last week, had not eaten in 3 days. Detective Kim from the Northeast and Sergeant Gravel from Fresno State, Big John, stepped in, got food for the individual. Didn't stop there. So with the help of Gloria Myers, Gloria, I hope you're hearing me, at the mayor's office, and the HERO team, this individual got the help he needed to get off the streets. It was a success. We got him off the streets. With that, the way they handled it, that is that team, and the passion and the gentleness with this individual, it was remarkable. So Stanley now has new clothes, shoes, and new hope for a better life. So I thank those unsung heroes. Three more things. Earlier this month, we celebrated Peace Day at Fresno State. A very exciting moment with President Castro and some of my colleagues. We also just attended and celebrated the Armenian flag raising just outside our chamber here. And I want to thank all those who coordinated that for us. Finally, Public Works, all the work they do in D4. We completed some much-needed paving projects. Awesome team. Brian, you guys are awesome. By the way, the entrance to the building you just saw, all fresh pavement, the parking lot, all fresh. So I'm closing out like a meteor. We're going strong right to the end. And then finally, facts. They did the upgrades at the bus stops in front of Hoover High and Duncan Tech High School. So everybody in the city is working so hard for all the people, and I can't thank them enough. There are many more, but I don't want to get the blah, blah, blah word today, so thank you, Council President.
Any other council member wishing to share public comments?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'll keep it brief as always. So a couple weeks ago, we had our third COVID mobile testing clinic over at McLean High School and tested, I think, just over 100 folks there at that site. That was our third one. We previously had one at Manchester Center and another at Roosevelt High. Additionally, we held a couple of EIFD meetings through the Public Financing Authority, and we solidified and officially formed the Fresno Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. So I want to thank council again for their support on that item. The PFA did make a final approval, and so that district is now fully formed. And I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any other members of the council wishing to address this? Address public comment?
Council President?
You have the floor.
Just really briefly, I want to thank UCSF folks. We'll be working with the mobile health unit and doing the specific targeted event at Mosqueda in the Butler Park neighborhood. We're working with our partner with the African American Equity Project, Shante over at EOC. So we'll be bringing some resources, some health screening, trying to give folks some support for the pandemic, COVID testing, and then also some other resources that will be available. But I also want to take the opportunity to flag for the council. There'll be an item coming next week, and this was really brought on by a lot of the youth at the Sunnyside High School area. As you know, the last meeting, we adjourned in the memory of Principal Tim Lyles. And so an item will be coming forward next week to rename the Sunnyside entryway into Lyles Way in his memory and after Principal Lyles. So I want to thank all the young people that emailed and tweeted and tagged me, and you know, I heard you, and I appreciate that, and I agree with them, and so we're going to be bringing that forward for the council consideration next week. Thank you.
Thank you, council. Any other comments from the council? Seeing none, we're going to try and buy the council a little more time, so we're going to get on to the timed items, and then we'll return to the consent items that were pulled for individual discussion and vote. The first item is at 10 a.m. is a TEFRA hearing to hear and consider information concerning the proposed issuance of tax-exempt California Enterprise Development Authority for the purpose of financing the United Health Centers of the San Joaquin Valley. We're going to go ahead and open up the hearing. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on this item during this public hearing? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Member Bredfield. I will second. Any questions of the council? Seeing none.
Council President.
Yes.
I would like to hear just a brief presentation from staff on this item.
Perfect. Mr. Lima, can you proceed, please?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of no more than $12 million in tax-exempt bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority on behalf of United Health Centers. The bond proceeds will be used for the financing or refinancing of bonds used to fund the construction and equipping of two United Health Centers facilities, one at 645 South Minnewawa Avenue and the other at 6810 North Milburn Avenue. Under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gain the benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunding bonds. This hearing was noticed on the city's website on September 16, 2020, and as of today, we've received no testimony either for or against the proposed action. Payments of these bonds would be the sole responsibility of the California Enterprise Development Authority from their revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with these facilities or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. And for the record, there is no financial liability to the city with this process. It's simply a public hearing since we are the local jurisdiction where the facilities are being built.
Mike, you could just for the record, how does this, if in any way, relate back to the financing that we approved on the consent a little earlier, just for the record?
It does not. There's no connection between the two other than both items are for United Health Centers.
Thank you.
Yep. And for the record, those items were tabled to next week's agenda. So technically the council did not approve those items either, but they are two separate and distinct items.
There was a big pool of them, so I must have missed those.
Yeah. Sorry, it's been a lot of movement with budget going on at the same time. It looks like we're ready to roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Absent. Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
And President Arias?
Yes. The next item is 1015 hearing to consider a plan amendment number P200577, a rezone application in District 5. I will go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak to this rezone application? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Chavez, would you like to make a motion on your item?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion been made by Councilmember Chavez, second by Council Vice President Capriolio. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria? Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. We will move on to the 1025 public hearing. It's a hearing to consider rezone application P200596 in District 4. Let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public wishing to address this rezone application? Seeing none. 1025, sorry.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by member Capriolio. I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria? Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
President Arias?
Yes. Now we go to the 1020 hearing, which I unfortunately skipped. Application number 200957. It is a hearing to consider a planned and rezone application. This is in District 2. Allow me to go to the public for any comment on this rezone application. Any member of the public wishing to speak to this rezone application? Seeing none, I'll come back to Councilmember Carbasi. Would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by member Carbasi, second by Council Vice President Capriolio. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria? Okay.
Yeah.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
And Council President Arias?
We are on, next is a 10:30 joint meeting of the Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority, where Councilmember Soria, myself, and the mayor are members of that authority.
He's on his way, if you could wait for a second.
Sure, we will skip that item.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilwoman Soria. We will go to Legal Counsel. Are you ready with item 4A to present? It's the authorizing and directing the finance to decline the city participation in the optional federal payroll deferral. Yeah, can you get them in? As they get them in, we're going to switch things around and go back to the consent calendar. The item that we're going to take up next is item 2BB. It was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. He had some questions for the sponsors. Councilman Sawyer, for the sponsor of this item. It is the proposal to award $1.5 million of CARES Act to fund the cultural and arts communities that are struggling with some relief. But before we go there, we'll have legal counsel, and let's skip to her really quick. Come on, legal counsel. Thanks for bearing with us as we move around, trying to catch up. We are on the 4A as an apple, the general administration item. Council, typically this is an item that we would approve as a consent item, but I thought it was really important for the employees of the city to understand what this would mean by the council declining the participation, or if we were to choose otherwise, to accept participation. So I asked legal counsel to provide a brief presentation to us so that the public employees who are watching and the general public can understand what the implications are. You may proceed.
Thank you so much, Council President. Council Jenny DeRusi, City Attorney's Office, Deputy City Attorney, Labor and Employment. Today we're talking about the optional payroll tax deferral program. We do have a brief PowerPoint that should be in front of you at this time. This came to us by executive order, and it allows employers at their option to defer Social Security payroll taxes through the end of the current calendar year through 2020. The deferred taxes now must be paid back starting January 1st and no later than May 1st, 2021, or they will accrue interest and penalties. And employers are responsible for managing the deferral and the repayment. Now, when we look at the impact of the city, many of you probably know that most city employees do not pay into Social Security tax. However, there are about 400 city employees, including most all temporary employees, who do pay Social Security tax, so those folks would be impacted. Social Security taxes amount to about 6.2% of the employee's gross income. So what that would mean is, for now, if you wanted to opt into this program, the city would stop collecting that 6.2% of the gross income, and the employee would see that on their paycheck. However, come January 1st, 2021, the city would effectively have to collect double the tax to pay back the 6.2% withheld now, as well as the 6.2% that would ordinarily be due. So employees would see a 14.4% deduction from their gross paycheck starting in January. Again, this is optional for employers, so it's totally a policy call whether or not to participate. There are, however, some things that our office and finance would like council to understand when making this decision, which are on the final slide. Here we see I'm sorry, one more. Sorry about that. There are several points. First is that finance has let the city attorney's office know that manual calculation of both the initial deferral as well as the payback would be required. Finance has opined that this would require additional personnel. And of course, whenever we're dealing with manual calculations, there is some room for error. Secondly, and this is a fairly big issue, that if an employee leaves the city between when the deferral starts and when the taxes are due, it is possible that the city could be liable to pay back those taxes. Now, this is an unknown liability because we have no way of knowing how many folks might leave city service between now and when the taxes are due, particularly with temporary employees. There's a lot of turnover in that area. And finally, as we've already discussed, impacted employees would have more pay now, but they'd have a lot less pay later. And so there is some concern that employees may be confused and not realize that they're going to have to pay back these taxes. And although the city would be acting under the auspices of the federal government, when we go to collect that 12.4%, there may be some employees who are unhappy with that, who don't understand that that's going to occur. But as I said, this is a policy call. This is up to you all. And I know finance is here to discuss more of the logistics from a city perspective.
Thank you. Before we go to the council, is there, have we received any requests from our labor partners to exercise this discretion and begin the collection? Or have they taken a position in any way?
None that I'm aware of, Council President, but that would certainly be a good question for the personnel department, the labor manager. He may be able to more specifically, but certainly nothing has been brought to our attention.
Okay. Let me bring it to the dais. Is there any questions from the council before we consider action?
Have we surveyed those employees that may be eligible for this tax deferral? Do you guys know?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Our office certainly has not.
Was there a reason that we had to take a position?
Well,
did it have to come to the council?
Well, there's no affirmative duty to act. If the employer decides not to opt in, you don't have to do anything. However, because this is an optional policy call, this was something that we wanted to seek council direction on before the department just made its own determination.
Yeah, council, I thought this was a pretty important decision. If we're gonna, give employees what it looks like a temporary relief to require them to double back and pay that back a few months from now, that I didn't want that decision just to be an administrative decision, but I wanted council to weigh in. For me, it seems pretty clear that it's not as good as it initially was thought to sound like, given that we would essentially be giving folks a temporary pay raise only to give them a pay deduction downstream. But I wanted to have the council hear the item.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I mean, this is it's really not all it's cracked up to be. And I mean, it should be noted that this wasn't a well thought out legislative solution from Congress. This was a unilateral stroke of the pen from the president. So I mean, as we can see, it seems fairly half baked. And given the fact that we don't see really any great relief in the early months of next year, it's being paid back, I think folks will continue to be struggling at that point.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, just a couple points for clarification from our staff. So from what I understand, this was obviously an executive order by the president to provide some relief for this year. And I absolutely agree. Next year, I think the way it's structured, it'll be paid back. But the question I'm trying to get answered to is, does each individual employee opt out or opt into this clause, so to speak?
Councilmember Chavez, the way that it works is by the employer. So whatever decision the city makes is the decision that the employees are bound by. So for example, if the city opts in, individual employees cannot opt out and vice versa. Does that answer your question?
So why not just let the employees either opt out of this? Because I think there's some benefit to this for some folks now that can provide some immediate relief. Understanding, of course, that early next year, their tax liability will change, but that might work out for some folks depending on their individual financial situation, right? And so what I'm trying to understand is how do we leave that flexible and leave it up to the employee so that if their situation, warrants and they want it, they can still opt into it, or if it doesn't, they can still opt out individually.
So the executive order provides the ability through the IRS regulations that for the employer to make the decision for all employees. It does not provide for the employee to make the individual decisions. So certainly you could, as Councilmember Soria asked, something like survey the employees and decide what the majority want, do something along those lines, but it's kind of all or nothing from the employer perspective. Either the city opts in or it doesn't.
Councilmember Chavez? I just wanted to follow up on that point, because that was my question about, did we even survey? When did we know that we could ask our employees about this? Did we just find out?
The executive order the executive order was instituted beginning September 1st, 2020. Our office was asked the inquiry several weeks ago. We obviously did the research on it, put together the information then. I can't speak to when.
Yeah, because I think if the employees don't have the ability to opt out, for me, it would have warranted that we do a survey. But we should have done the survey when we found out about the program, so that, we're already on to October. The benefit would only really come to play probably by the time that we institute this. It wouldn't be until November, so maybe even November, December, 2 months.
Is there a deadline for us to make a decision?
None that's included in the executive order, no.
Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
So this would have been from September through the end of the year?
That's correct.
Okay, so just looking at a $50,000 salary, let's say, at 6.2%, from where we are, if it started October 1st, we're looking at about $119 a pay period. So that's 240, it's $500 for the remainder of the year that somebody could save at $50,000. Obviously, it's prorated depending. So that's not insignificant money. Now, I agree, it's not all it's cracked up to be, only in the sense that you don't know what the future holds. Now, I've heard the president, I don't know if it's accurate, say that if he's around come January, he's going to not require that payback. And that's what he said. So I don't know if he will be around to do that or not. But so in some sense, it's a gamble. But it's not insignificant money. I don't want to just ignore the fact that somebody could be saving $500 to $1,000.
Well, should we survey? Because I think
I don't know what the time frame is to get a survey to make it beneficial for somebody. I mean, if we could do it quickly, I think that's a wise idea. But I just don't know if we have the
Monkey
time.
survey. Ask them one question.
I think, allow me to identify our personnel director. Do you have anything to add about where the labor partners stand on this item?
As he approaches, Council President, this is not a voting item, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thanks.
What this reminds me of is last year was one of Councilmember Brandau's exiting items that went down in flames. It was an item he brought forth, and it was through a private company, not through the federal government, where we were going to bring in sort of a private lender for our private predatory lender for our employees, right? And this conversation reminds me of that conversation. I see some parallels there, and I think that the council pretty soundly rejected that proposal. So I'd kind of just encourage us to kind of think back to what some of the pros and cons were when we discussed that, and see if it applies here.
Okay. Director Conrad, you may approach. And it would be helpful if you have a recommendation from the staff on this.
Sure. Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services. We have not heard of any interest from the bargaining units, but what we could do is we could provide notice, as we typically do on any number of different issues that are relative to terms and conditions of employment, and give them the opportunity to let us know whether or not there is in fact interest for any of their members, and if they want to proceed as a bargaining unit.
What's the time frame to get that information back?
We typically give them 2 weeks to respond, but given the timing of this, we could say, please let us know within a week's time. And then it would be up to them to let us know, yes, they'd like to pursue, or no, they wouldn't.
Could we know by next council meeting, get some feedback? And then I think we can make an informed decision. Because I don't want to just ignore somebody being able to save $500.
We can certainly make the request, and whatever information is provided to us, we can provide to you.
Sounds like a fair path forward. So with that, I'll make a motion to table this item to next week. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
So we'll make sure that it's
And
on the.
I would note that, again, that item from last year and just sort of informal conversations with the bargaining units, I didn't identify any who were in favor of that one. So again, if there are enough parallels, probably that might give some indication of where they might land. But certainly worth talking to them about the respective characteristics of this program.
Thank you. Before we go for a vote, any member of the public wishing to, actually, there's no public comment on this or discussion. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
And President Arias?
Yes. With that, council, we'll return to item 2BB, the proposal to fund the Fresno Arts and Culture Emergency Grant. Councilman, you have the floor. Councilmember Butterfield pulled it. He had some questions.
I was asking questions in terms of the institution, how they're, art and culture institutions, the art programs, each are going to be awarded different amounts. How are we defining those different terms? And also, the Fresno Arts Council will be determining these awards. I mean, this is not insignificant, obviously, $1.5 million, a lot of money, awarding $10,000 to $150,000 to institutions that are not well-defined. $10,000 to $25,000 to art programs is not well-defined. I mean, this seems potentially rife with people who can call themselves a program without being an actual program. I mean, I want to help people who truly have been impacted. I'm just concerned how we define all of this, how this is determined, and really is the Fresno Arts Council the best arbiter of determining where these monies go? That's not their role as a Fresno Arts Council.
So
these are
the
the
Fresno Art, we believe that the Fresno Arts Council is the most appropriate vehicle because they actually have the partnerships across the city with everyone that is connected to arts and culture. And so they already have been awarded a couple $1,000s for some private relief that they instituted, I think, back in August. But it was a very small amount that they were given by like private foundations. So this would augment to be able to help. So they've already established a program. The Fresno Arts Council, with our direction, would end up setting the criteria for the funding levels. We just kind of put a maximum scale. In our community, we have places like the Tower Theater, Second Space, Roger Rocas, which have been 100% closed this entire time. And I've had many conversations with them where they have received no income. They couldn't even benefit from PPP because they couldn't put their employees to work because they were 100% closed. They are at the verge of not being able to open up at all. And I would hate for this city to lose its arts and culture because it provides a value to our economy. So we will be developing the criteria. This is to authorize and locate the money. If you want to be part of it, Councilmember Carbasi and I have been working on this. The subcommittee supported us moving forward because they understand the value in making sure that these folks get some sort of relief. It's not going to solve the entire problem, but it's going to mitigate some of those issues. If you want to join the efforts to be able to develop, the specific criteria, we're happy to include you. But I think it gives you a general idea of the 3 different types of grants and the levels for the grants.
No, I'm comfortable with what you're saying. And there's going to be oversight. It's not clear in here about the level of oversight and the definitions, but I hear what you're saying. That makes it more comfortable. Aside from both of you, is there administration that will be overseeing these awards?
Yes, finance is working with us, and then also through the subcommittee. So there is a lot of oversight that will be happening.
Fantastic. I'm comfortable with
Assistant City Manager.
It's not on. It's not on. Okay. Your mic wasn't on. Okay.
What he's saying is, when we bring the actual contract forward with the Art Council, I'll have the criteria in the contract, so everything will be fleshed out.
I flagged that yesterday, and I think we can develop some criteria with the Art Council that would say how much is awarded based on that criteria.
Okay. Sounds good. Fantastic.
No, and I appreciate that question, Councilman. Fiscal oversight is something important to both you and I. So we have another item on here for nonprofits that's going to be administered internally. And I've told you, and we've said before, that government isn't the answer to everything. We have to partner with people. And with being arts, I'm not an expert in art. I wish I was. I know rugs, that's about it. So I think it's a great partnership we're going to have. And like Councilmember Soria said, my family is a small business. I hope we're going to survive. A lot of businesses, we've tried helping them with the small business grants. I think we're going to help them survive the Parklet program. Some may not. When you lose the I spoke with the Philharmonic director yesterday. When you lose those organizations, they don't come back. Businesses will come back, hopefully. But when you lose that, it's really hard to build that again. And we don't want to lose our culture as a result of COVID. So I really appreciate your support on this.
And Councilmember Butterfield, it's listed as myself, Member Chavez, and Soria, just because we recommended the appropriations, but the details are being developed by Councilmember Carbasi and Soria.
Excellent.
I think one of our city attorneys wants to weigh in.
Council, just wanted to clarify that pursuant to the resolution, city staff is directed to work with the Arts Council, so the administration can work with the Arts Council to develop more detailed criteria.
Okay. Good enough.
Right.
And the contract is on for today.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second. All right, let me go to the public. Anybody in public wishing to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a vote. The roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
And President Arias.
Yes. And thank you, council, for taking one more step in trying to make sure that we have some level and presence of arts and culture so that when we all exit the pandemic, we can get back to theaters, performances, kids playing music, and entertainment being done safely. With that, council, we'll go to the next item, 2CC. It was pulled by member Bredefeld.
Yeah, and it's a similar just kind of things in terms of looking at related to nonprofits. What is the grant criteria for an award? It really doesn't say. And I'm just concerned about how we're, which nonprofits are going to get awarded money. There's a lot of them out there. How do they prove that they've actually been hurt by COVID-19? So again, the idea is a good one. I'm just concerned about the potential for abuse without very clear criteria and definition.
So this nonprofit emergency relief grant is going to be administered by our economic development division here internally. So similar to what we did with the small business grant, there will be a set criteria depending on the level of funding up to $20,000 that they can get. But essentially, we are looking to help those nonprofits that haven't received really any assistance. This was really spurred from, I got a call from the VFW Post 8900 out of Blythe in my district. So the veterans in this area rely on their dinners and parties to raise money to help the local veterans and provide resources. And so what they've told me is that they're in fear that they're going to lose their building because they can't afford to pay PG&E, they can't afford to pay their rent, they can't afford to pay anything because they have not been able to do any fundraising like they used to do to support just their operations. Those are the types of nonprofits that I'm interested in helping. Those that have not received any help, they didn't qualify for any PPP or any other source of relief. And that's what we're trying to do, to help those organizations that are at the verge of pretty much not being able to service our seniors, our veterans, our disabled children that are out there without any resources.
And I fully support that and fully support them. It's just without the definition, it's fraught for other nonprofits putting in. As soon as people hear that there's $500,000 out there that the city's handing out, they're going to be banging at the door. And so I want to help those nonprofits that you just outlined, absolutely, and especially with veterans groups. But we have to be concerned about people who are not really impacted, who hear there's free money at the city of Fresno, all you got to do is apply.
Yeah, and so what we're working with the administration, so Lupe's division, which has been doing did part of the small business program, is going to be helping ensure that, we have the developed criteria that will narrow, really.
Okay. Yeah, we had the same issue, Councilman Bredefeld, when we put out the Save Our Small Business Grants. And what ended up happening was the Small Business Grant Subcommittee worked with the administration and realized, how do we whittle this down to affect those most impacted? Because we talked about the arts and a lot of these nonprofits, some of them are still closed. And as great as PPP is, it's dried up. And of course, Washington hasn't gotten their act together and got more relief to us. So we have to do something to stop the hemorrhaging, and that's the attempt. So the subcommittee will come up with those recommendations, and we're going to be pretty strict, I can promise you that.
Okay.
As long as you didn't go to a council member's house and cause commotion, your nonprofit will qualify.
And I think, Councilman, it's fair to say that if you're a cannabis nonprofit, you're probably not going to get awarded. If you're a veterans nonprofit, you're probably going to get awarded.
Well, I'm glad we've made that distinction.
Yeah, let's be clear. So, Member Bredefeld, do not have your nonprofit submit.
I will not. I don't know of many, but anyway.
All right. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the item. Let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public wishing to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio?
Yes.
Council President Arias?
Yes. Next item is 211 from Councilmember Bredefeld. He pulled that item.
Yes. Did you want to address this, Councilmember Soria, or do you want me to just address other concerns I have regarding this.
Excuse me. Thank you. So this resolution is a pretty simple resolution. It's directing so that the city review the names of all city facilities and prohibiting naming of City of Fresno assets after cultural historic figures known to be racist or bigoted. We've had an opportunity to talk with the chair of the City of Fresno's Historic Preservation Commission. Previous to today, or if we look at today, we don't have a process of review for the naming of public facilities. And so what we wanted to do is create a process that would allow, one, the historic preservation to review any future naming of public facilities and then give a recommendation to the council. Obviously, the council would have to make the final determination of the naming, but that way we would have some experts in our community when it comes to history to make final recommendations. The Historic Preservation Chair is supportive of the process. The chair also stated to us that the process and policy is followed by other cities through landmarks and commissions in cities such as Los Angeles, Asheville, North Carolina, Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma, and so forth. So those are just some examples of cities. The resolution today essentially asks our historic preservation to review all currently named facilities or assets, noting all names related to racism and bigotry in all forms, and that the commission will comply with report of their findings to us, and then we can make a final determination. And for any future public namings, as I said, and that's pretty much it.
Hey, a couple of years ago, city attorney, it was a naming of somebody on the convention center. Is there a city policy that governs naming of streets or facilities?
In the municipal code, it says that there's a process and ultimately the council makes that decision.
Is this consistent with that?
It would be consistent with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Council President,
Go ahead, Member Chavez.
just a quick question. I'm supportive of going forward with this, but I want to be very thoughtful about the criteria on how the historical society will determine somebody that was racist or a bigot. Was there a guideline or criteria that other cities followed in determining that, or is that something that they're going to be essentially building the framework for?
The commission will be building the framework. I didn't set any criteria in this because I believe that it should be developed as part of the process. And then ultimately, this council has the ultimate power and discretion as to moving forward or not with any recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so herein lies the problem for me. I understand the intent, but what we're doing is bringing the cancel culture to our city. I mean, that's the potential for this, and it's a very slippery slope. We're asking the Historic Preservation Commission to, one, label and define what racism is and what being bigoted is, and then come back to us. The city's Historic Preservation Commission is comprised of 7 individuals appointed by the mayor who have training and expertise in preservation, architecture, architectural history, engineering, and related fields. I don't know what we're tasking them with determining racism and being bigoted. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And if we're looking at canceling people based on what is labeled being a racist or a bigot, we have, just briefly looking at some of the assets that the city owns, because this relates to city assets. One of them is the Mukes home. And I guess the Mukes name would have to be changed, because in looking up the owner, Dr. Mukes, he served in the Confederate Army in 1861. He was on the wrong side of history. He was defending slavery, and he was also a physician who came to Fresno and served the citizens of Fresno for 2 decades, helping them. But if we go down this road, the Mukes home would have to be renamed, because that's a city asset, and I would think he defines what we're talking about here if we're defending slavery and went to war over slavery. So where do we draw these lines? There are people in our country who want to rename anything related to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, because they owned slaves. They participated in that abhorrent, evil practice of slavery. And we have city assets named after Washington and Jefferson. We have streets. And I've asked the city attorney, are streets city assets? They are city assets, are they not? Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're city assets. So where does this go? I just think this is divisive. I don't think this is bringing us together. Again, I understand the intent, but this doesn't help. This leads us to what they call cancel culture. We need to seek out policies that hurt people in terms of opportunity, and we need to change those policies. Fully in favor of that. You know, we live in a world where if you disagree with people politically, unfortunately, it's quick to call somebody a racist, a bigot, a white supremacist. You know, 3 years ago, I spoke out against the NFL and people kneeling. I didn't agree with it, don't agree with it today. And we had people come in here and call me a racist, the devil, glad you took off your hood. I remember those things from 3 years ago, and I guess people could come in here and say, hey, what he said was racist, and his name's on the on a plaque at Chichancy Park. We got to take it off. His name is on a plaque at the exhibit hall, helping get that built. His name's right out there in the Fresno Veterans Memorial. He led the effort to honor our veterans of all different creeds and religions and colors. But we can't have that. We disagree with what he said. And yet I defended, by the way, the NFL to kneel. That's the greatness of our country. They have the right to do that. So this is a slippery slope. It's one I don't agree with. I think the council would be very wise to just say, this is not the right way to go. And we're all against racism. We all fight against it. We do it every day up here when we talk about policy. We talked about it today with what's happened in Southwest Fresno, how people have been ignored. And we came up with solutions. And I think very good solutions and very good policies, which I supported. And that's what we ought to be doing, fighting to improve our community. This is divisive. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support it.
Thank you, Councilmember. If I may just add a few words. You know, in God We Trust behind us, for some people in this city, that was divisive. I recall the chamber being full. Half the folks wanted it, the other half didn't want it. And yet it went up there in a city asset, and the world didn't end. I think it's time for us to begin these conversations, and the Mukes home sits in my district. If history and the record demonstrates that it doesn't reflect the value of our city, then we should reconsider the naming of that museum. I think it's, you know, it's okay to study the history. I think we have a responsibility to wrestle with the truth, and the truth is, this city was built on the backs of certain people and at the expense of people and for the benefit of other people. And the truth is, this city has racist historical elements as part of its fabric, whether it's Fresno City College or folks who not only fought on the wrong side of history, but fought to continue to enslave generations of folks. And I think it's time for us not to run away from that, but to actually embrace it. And I'm not afraid of the process. I think Fresno has demonstrated, whether it's Black Lives Matters or the reopening or the Freedom Rally, that Fresnans can engage in public discourse, can have difference of opinion, and our city doesn't burn. But I think that's partly because we're willing to engage in those conversations in a civil way. And personally, I'm not scared of allowing the truth to surface and allowing today's Fresnans to wrestle with the fact that the Mukes House has a history that I'm surely not proud of, and many of the people are not going to be either. So I'm looking forward to, in my view, giving the historic preservation group something more substantive than just looking at the colors of the exterior walls of a building. And if that means we all got to wrestle and learn about our history, so be it. But I'm fully reassured that just the way we overcame the divisiveness of those words, we will overcome any future discourse that forces us to wrestle with differences of opinion, of lived experiences, of values, and of religion. And I'm not afraid of it. I welcome it.
The only thing that I was gonna just mention also, this council, also the city of Fresno, in the last, I think maybe 3-4 years, we took a strong stance that we would never have the Confederate flag. And so this is no different than making a recognition that we understand the value and the signaling that happens when you name a building after individuals, and we want to be proud of naming buildings after people that mean something positive in our community. And I think that this is what it is. You may not agree with the folks that may be on the Historic Preservation Committee. Actually, I got an opportunity to appoint someone for my district that I recommended to the mayor, and he appointed, actually was on today's agenda. You guys voted for him. And these individuals get trained, they don't just get the background that you mentioned, they actually get trained in historic preservation and history and so forth, and in how to go about a process. And I'm not afraid either. I think that it is important for us to learn and to understand and acknowledge and be able to, if need to change things. I think that that's our responsibility as leaders. I believe that is leadership. I know that you may say, oh, we shouldn't be engaging in this cancel culture. It's not about engaging in cancel culture. It's about recognizing, yes, we weren't the ones that, created that history, but I think that it is our opportunity to acknowledge it and to rectify, because there's still a lot of hurt in communities that live in our community. Just even on the Armenian issue, right? We stood up as a council together supporting our Armenian community on an issue that is not here local. Why can't we stand up for folks in our community that may be feeling that some of the buildings or some of the facilities across our city, maybe not just ours, but, Fresno City College, that they shouldn't be named after certain individuals because of the history? And this is our opportunity to stand up and develop a process so that we do have those conversations and allow the process to play out.
And I appreciate, good, I'm sorry. Did someone else want to go?
Yeah, no, Council President.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that, and I agree with what everybody said. I just want to make sure that we take a humanistic approach to whatever the criteria is that's going to be developed, because as we all know, nobody, is perfect, right? Every human being has flaws, and I don't want this to be the opportunity where we're just evaluating somebody on something they said. And I say that because, I have personal friends that used to be part of organizations that were racist. And now they're not. And so part of that equation is that every human being has a very different life experience. They've, refuted that now. And we don't know people's individual stories, but I also believe in redemption. And that's actually how we're going to transcend a lot of these race relation issues that we have in our community, where we take these opportunities oftentimes with people that we don't agree with, that we don't see eye to eye on, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings. And so I just want to make sure that the process is clear, holistic, comprehensive, and that it looks at the individual, because, we're using the Mukes home. He was a Confederate doctor. Did he come to Fresno and then serve, disadvantaged communities for free? That's something that, should be also factored into what that means for our community. right? I've never seen a piece of legislation or policy change the heart of a human being. That only happens through honest conversations, very blunt and open dialogue, and hopefully at the end of the day agreeing that we're all human beings. Nobody's perfect. And, you know, we got to keep moving forward as a community. And so my hope is only that we come up with that comprehensive, holistic approach of what, you know, these individuals, who they were, but more importantly, who they became. Because, you know, we have those words written up there, in God we trust. You know, part of religion teaches you about redemption and how you can change and evolve as a human being. And so we have to be cognizant and just take that human approach to what we do here today. Thank you.
Councilor Bradfield, you have, I think, the final word, and then we'll go for a vote.
Yeah, and I really appreciate your comments, Councilmember Chavez, because it's exactly right. None of us are perfect. Nobody who's walked this planet, other than one individual, in my opinion, was perfect. And I also believe we should study history. I am completely in agreement. Our history is very relevant. My concern is that we are canceling our history. We want to ignore it, not study it. So we should study it because our history has been painful and it has many terrible things that occurred in it. At the same time, the history also demonstrates that we're a great country that has continued to evolve and are the greatest nation on earth. That's why everybody wants to come here. And, you know, without going too deep, I mean, we fought a war to end that abhorrent slavery. But having said that, we don't want to cancel history. We do want to look at it. We want to study it. We want to value it. I'm in agreement. This council said the Confederate flag will not fly. I support that. But that to me is not canceling history. That's understanding it and being sensitive to it, not canceling it. And I fully support those kinds of things. So we're going to differ on this. And again, this is no slam on members of the Historic Preservation Commission. I just don't think we should be punting something as really challenging and difficult. If this council wants to take it up, they should take it up. I don't think, you know, a body that's designed to look at architecture and architectural history should be the one doing that. But having
That's
said
a
that,
fair
I
point.
appreciate that.
Councilmember Bradfield, Carbasi?
Just to clarify, once again, we have the final say, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So to Luis Chavez, I think you landed this one for me, so thank you with your comments. I really do appreciate them. No, seriously, that really expresses my sentiments, Luis.
Thank you. With
Motion
that, council, there's a motion to approve. Second by Councilmember Chavez. Let me go to the public. Any member of the public wishing to address this resolution? I see a few of them. Can you show me the attendees? There we go. We'll go to 644 number first. Please identify yourself. 644. Let's move on to Gary Hutt. Gary?
Here. Hey, thank you for taking my call, but just a brief synopsis of history. I'm an African American major in history, and I think what you fail to realize, Butterfield, and the others who speak up, yeah, no one's perfect, but we've been endured under this rule of punishment for over 500 years. What you fail to realize, you don't wear my skin, you don't go to the stores where I shop, and maybe you do. You don't feel what I feel when I get looked at. When I'm being patrolled by a police officer, you don't feel that pain that I feel. I'm college educated, but yet and still, I still have a fear of certain white people, certain white men. In places where I go, I still get looked at suspiciously because of the color of my skin. Neither of you on the campus, on the counter, don't have that effect that I have. So for you to say that no one's perfect, you can dominate, rape, pillage, mutilate for 500 years a group of people, and they still have to endure your pain and your punishment this day and age. Because you don't have the pigmentation that I have, it's easy for you to say, well, not everyone's perfect, but we have to endure some of the things. This person that you guys are talking about, we can even go back to George Washington. For them to be in the positions that they were in, gave them the authority over people to subdue them and treat them as animals. That has not changed. Now, history on police. Police did not exist prior to slavery. Police came about because of the overseer, who became an officer. When a slave escaped the brutality of slavery, when the master told the officer or the overseer to go after that slave, bring him back to the property, blow his brains out, and drag him down the road so the other slaves do not get an idea of escape. That analogy is culturalized within the police around this country. Nothing's changed. Now, if you want to speak about genocides, we have over 250 million Africans who have died at the hands in slavery, and that's a small number. The second feature
Thank you,
is,
Gary.
can I just finish one last
Yes,
point? Miguel?
please conclude.
So what you're saying, Miguel, is, and I say this about changing names. There's nothing wrong with changing the name when the foundation is rotten. If you have a railroad track and you run new tracks over it, okay, you can erase that part. It's not erasing history, it's cleaning up history. It's making people whole who have suffered under the hands of a bad history. History doesn't go away, it's the mindset.
Thank you.
So let's get that straight. There's no erasing history.
Thank you.
It's giving people a chance to hear.
Next person is Lisa Flores. You have a minute.
Good afternoon. Real quick, Fresno has a historical and systematic issue with racism in the community. It's simple as the redlining of the African American community in this town. And the big question is, how do you acknowledge it? How do you define it? And how do you seek reconciliation? And your first step is to define what is racism in this city? What is the standard? And then you can go forward and seek reconciliation. And reconciliation is actually a very positive thing for the community, because when you take care of these landmarks that may be racist or maybe not be racist, let's look at them. What you're doing is that you're expanding your history. You're expanding your history for inclusion. You're expanding your history of inclusion of African American, Native Americans, the Hmong community, your Armenians. You're expanding the history and and you're expanding community standards. So I look at this as a positive. Define it and let's move on.
Thank you,
toward
Lisa.
reconciliation.
Next person is Brandy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, sorry, I've never done this on the phone. I just simply want to thank you guys for engaging this process, for the Historic Preservation Committee to engage in this. Particularly want to acknowledge the comments that you made, Arias, that pretty much expressed what I would have expressed. So thank you guys very much. I support this.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio? President Arias?
Yes. Thank you, council. The next item is 2EE. I just confirmed with the member who pulled it, Member Carbosi, that he doesn't have any concerns anymore. So I'm just going to ask for a motion to approve. Motion by Member Butterfield, second by Member Soria. Anybody in the public wishing to speak to item 2EE? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio? President Arias?
Yes. Council, we'll move on to a 10:30 joint meeting of the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority, whose membership is Mayor Lee Brand, myself, and Councilwoman Soria. There's two separate items related to the to the financing. One is related to the animal control shelter. Council, we do have to vote on these two separate actions separately. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve the first item. Is there a second? Second. Yeah, let me go to the public. Any member of the public wishing to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld? Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio? President Arias?
Yes. The next item is number 2. Yes, there were 5 votes. We will make a motion to approve the second item related to the animal shelter. Is there a second? Let me go to the public. Any member of the public wishing to address the council on this item?
The
Seeing
joint
none?
authority doesn't have to take a vote?
Yes.
The mayor.
Got it. We'll come back, just the authority. There's a motion by me, seconded by Member Soria. Let's do a roll call with Member Soria, myself, and Member Libran.
Mayor Brand? Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
And President Arias?
Yes. All right, staff and mayor, you have the full resources to build a state-of-the-art animal shelter, get our dogs and kitties back into a place where they're not killed on a daily basis. Instead, they're saved and put back in our streets safely. So congratulations, Mayor. I know it's been a big, big issue. For any of you guys who've ever walked precincts and walked up to a door and seen cats and dogs, dog food out, you know that when they're an animal lover, they're a high propensity voter, and they have an earful to give you about the needs of our animals and our companions. So thank you, Mayor, for the amount of work that this took.
Council President, just
You
say
have
this,
the floor.
congratulate the council for their support and the subcommittee with Bredefeld and Councilmember Soria. This will be a first-class facility, and it'll be, with our goal, is eventually it's going to get to a no-kill, would be a major departure from many, many years of what we've went through. So thank you all. I'll be gone by then, but there will be a groundbreaking here shortly.
Thank you, Mayor. Our dogs, cats, and all the other companions we have will appreciate you for years to come. Assistant City Manager Shad.
Were involved in making this happen. They did significant amount of work to not only get the bonding in place, but also the property acquired and the design of the shelter in place. We got a long way to go, but a lot of good work by staff. Thank you.
We'll see you at the groundbreaking, hopefully with your pets.
And let me just also, let's acknowledge the GAP, because, you know, it's on their site, and they donated the land, and so we're very grateful to them as well.
I do want to thank Member Bradfield for helping encourage that donation. So there's nothing like a corporate partner, especially one that responds when they're encouraged, strongly encouraged. Thank you. Yes, and to our philanthropist, Mr. Ed Cashton and Sal Gonzalez, to also help with the GAP getting us the property, which is the right place, in the right location, at the right time, to be a state-of-the-art facility. All right, thank you, Mayor. I think you're off the hook in the dais unless you want to hang out and listen to our next presentation, which is a council workshop. You are welcome to remain on the Office of Independent Review. I think our auditor, who has made some headlines recently, is looking forward to giving us a full presentation and an overview of his role and where we stand as a city. So, Mr. Auditor, it's been a while since I've seen you. I think probably a year since the last time we had a face-to-face prior to the pandemic. So you have the floor, and we'll leave it up to you for now.
Thank you. Council President, council members, appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you. And I've already recognized that you're way behind schedule, so I am doing my best to condense an hour-plus presentation to 10 minutes or under. So I may leapfrog over some of the material in the PowerPoint, but at the end, believe me, I'm open to any questions. First slide, please, next. Thank you. Maybe I'm going to have to do it all by memory. Who we are. When I say we, it's myself and my community coordinator, Myra Aguilar, who's sitting behind me. And basically, the Office of Independent Review was put together to monitor complaints, concerns regarding Fresno Police Department. And I should point out that everyone automatically thinks it's someone who's carrying a gun, a sworn officer, but anyone who's employed by the Fresno Police Department, non-sworn, not to single them out, a records clerk, a dispatcher, 911 operator, they're all susceptible to having a complaint or concern lodged against them. So our role, or my role, is to ensure that when the complaints or concerns are reviewed by the police department internally by Internal Affairs, they're done in a thorough, fair, and extensive manner in which they rely on all the evidence that's at hand, and the goal of the unit is to ensure trust and transparency with the community. Next, please. And when this unit was initially created back in 2009, it had several evolutions. And then when Mayor Brand came on board and was elected, he made some significant changes. Prior to his arrival, this was a part-time position. And when he came on board, it was converted to full-time, because previously it was part-time served by people actually out of state serving it part-time. And the person must reside in the city of Fresno, which I do. And one of the big changes was responding to officer-involved shootings. And that's on a 24/7 basis. So I have been available to, I'd probably say 85 to 90% of the officer-involved shootings, and that's 24/7. So my first one was at 5 a.m. on New Year's Day, and I responded to that. And one of the advantages of actually responding to the shootings, some of the people aren't aware of the fact that post-shooting, they then afford me the opportunity to monitor the interviews of the officers or witnesses. And during that, they will then take a break and come out and allow me to interject questions if I feel they didn't ask a question. But I will say, I have yet to monitor an interview where they left something unaddressed. So they've done a great job of that. And then post-officer-involved shootings, they also have debriefings. Those usually held within 5 days after a shooting. And the purpose of that, it's not to evaluate whether it was within policy shoot or out of policy shoot, is to evaluate the tactics, the training, and equipment. And my background is a former FBI SWAT operator, tactical instructor, firearms instructor. So you're evaluating, did they have the right equipment? Did they exercise the proper tactics? Are they getting adequate training? So that's the purpose of that. So that's the first time the independent reviewer has been afforded attendance to an OIS debriefing. And then I also speak, Myra and I both speak to the newly sworn officers. And these are the officers that are going through orientation. Prior to them hitting the street, we speak to the officers. And one of the perks of doing that, or the advantages of doing that, we relay to the new officers before they go out there and ride patrol what the community is asking of the police officers. So it's been very beneficial. So hopefully from day one, they know what the community is expecting from the officers. Then we also do ride-alongs. And we try and do them in each district. It was beneficial pre-COVID, but with COVID, it's kind of postponed our ride-alongs. And one of the big changes also is meet monthly with FPOA, your Fresno Police Officers Association. And Myra, I will point out, is bilingual. So when we meet with the community, she's very helpful when you're dealing with the Hispanic community, dealing with the different organizations. Next, please. And the complaints regarding sworn or non-sworn are received in several different ways. Sometimes the police department themselves initiates their complaints against their own personnel. And I will point out that, contrary to popular belief, the police department initiates more complaints against their personnel than the community lodges against the personnel. And normally it runs 2 to 1, but this last quarter, my report was just put out 2 days ago. You will see that for the third quarter of 2020, it's 3 to 1. The department initiated 3 times as many complaints against the personnel than the community lodged against the personnel. And
Auditor, can you pause for a minute? You're suggesting that the police initiates investigations against police officers at a 3-time higher rate than the public initiating the complaint?
Yes.
What would trigger an internal investigation? What type of things are, investigated that are initiated by the police department?
Well, sometimes when they, for example, they'll monitor the body cam. They may see something on body cam just during a normal check, because they spot check body cam, even if a complaint's not lodged. They've identified officers misbehaving, conduct unbecoming, etc. And sometimes if an officer unfortunately comes in contact with another department out of town, the department initiates that. And I will say this, as far as disciplinary imposed, the most significant disciplinary imposed on officers or employees is based on department-generated internal complaints versus community complaints.
What type of those that are internally generated? What's the percentage of them that result in discipline or termination?
I don't want to speculate. I'd have to go back and look. But I also print in my reports the discipline by quarter. So you will see terminations, suspensions, fines in lieu of if they lost equipment. That's another reason it's internal. If an officer loses a piece of equipment, whether or not it's simply keys, they've lost weapons, that's an internally generated complaint against the personnel.
When somebody is quote unquote tapped on the shoulder and is transferred to a department or demoted to a different assignment based on their performance, is that tracked internally by anyone?
If they're demoted, that is tracked. If they're reassigned, it's tracked internally by the Fresno PD personnel, but it's not tracked within internal affairs.
So if an officer is transferred based on performance or misconduct, is that tracked anywhere in the system?
In the internally within the personnel department, within the police department, yes, but not within internal affairs.
Understood.
Demotions are tracked, and I have noted demotions. If they're a sergeant in training, sometimes they've been demoted back down to a patrol officer.
Do your reports publish the amount of officers transferred or disciplined, the amount of officers disciplined?
Disciplined as far as termination, suspensions, fines in lieu of, letters of, they're called letter of intent or a letter of reprimand. Those are all things that I see.
And my last question, when an officer is terminated or released from employment, what's the city's position when a future employer does a reference check? Do we release the information that was the reason for their release or termination?
Well, there's a new law 1421 which makes that information available to the respective prospective new employer. So I believe by law under 1421 they have to make that available, so they just can't leapfrog from one department to another.
When was that law passed? Do you know?
I believe it went into effect January 1, 2020. Do not quote me on it, but I believe that's when it went into effect.
So when you reference make it available, that's different than us actively providing it to the employer. Are we required to provide it or just make it available if the future employer requests it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not, like, hypothetically, I don't know an employer that would hire an officer coming from another department without checking why they left that department.
We have a lot of small rural towns, and they're lucky just to get an officer when they struggle to compete with, other organizations that are larger sizes. So in education, we call that the dance of the limits, where people leave and it's not said why they leave. And when they check for references, they just state the time and place of employment and tenure, and that's code 4. They didn't leave in good standing. What I'm trying to assess is, do we actively, like we would any other employee in any other industry, share with the future employer the conditions for which they left employment?
I believe they would also have to check with POST, Police Officer Standards and Training, because they have to maintain certification, so that it would show the records of where they were employed.
Okay, thank you.
So the complaints are generated one of several ways. It's either internally, it's by the community, and then once the complaint comes on board, it's then determined what level it's going to be assigned, whether or not it's a full IA or something that is not going to be a disciplinary action imposed. It's called an informal complaint, or a simple questioning policy, et cetera. It's called an inquiry. And one thing I can say is, even though it's an informal complaint, in the past, those weren't reviewed by the Office of Independent Review, but I review every one of those, even though they rarely result in any type of discipline. Next slide, please. And here's what is reviewed by our office, which is essentially myself. All officer-involved shootings, all use of force, in-custody deaths, bias complaints, and I say all other IA cases because in the past, it was selective on which IA cases were reviewed. I review all of them in which the officer was found not at fault by the department. So I review them to confirm, did they make the right decision? Did they look at everything? Did they overlook anything? If they determined it's sustained, which is basically determining the officer or employee was at fault, I do not review those a second time.
Auditor, can you pause really quick? So, to your statement, if I'm an employee officer here and I get in trouble and my internal affairs confirms that I did something wrong, you don't do any review to see whether the internal affairs department's conclusion or severity of the discipline was sufficient?
I do not have authority or input on discipline, but for what it's worth, I do review the cases which are sustained depending on the discipline, because I want to see what the threshold they consider to be a terminating of type offense or a suspension type offense. So I don't review it for inclusion into my reports, but I review it internally because, I have access to everything that they look at themselves. I log in as if I'm an FPD employee.
So is it fair to say that you review it for the purpose of getting, like a flavor of what the department is defining to be severe enough for termination versus a slap in the hand?
Correct, because down the road, if I review something which the officer or employee is dealt severely, either a termination or suspension, and then several weeks later I see a similar type case, which is discipline is not the same, I try and figure out why is it different.
That makes perfect. Thank you. So it's reassuring that you're looking to benchmark yourself against internal expectations and trying to identify trends.
Right.
Thank you.
I want the process to be fair to everybody.
Council President, not to interrupt, I have to make another Zoom call to the court because my court process was scheduled before the hearings today. And you might want to do a one-on-one since you're the only one that's at the dais. It might save time and energy for everyone. But before I go, I would like to make a motion. That's the second part of our 2 o'clock item, which is 3:35. So I just want to note that we have paved in my district from Shields to Bullard. Bullard is a boundary with member Bredefield's district. However, there's a patch that was not paved, and that was between Shaw and Barstow. So I'd make a motion to have Public Works pave the area, finish the paving job between Shaw and Barstow. Hope I have a second.
Second.
All right. The
Thank you.
Council Vice President made a budget motion because he needs to excuse himself.
I'll be, as soon as I'm finished.
Understood.
But you know how court
And then
process is.
we'll now continue with the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to the next one, please. These are some of the things I take into consideration when I'm reviewing these cases. And one, right out of the gate, I should state that I wait for Internal Affairs to complete their investigation because I want to make sure my assessment is based on all the evidence at hand, and I don't make a determination without reviewing all the evidence. In some of the timeframes of the PD's IA investigations, if it's an office-involved shootings, those sometimes take as much as a year, and so I will not start mine until they're completed. So it may take me several more months after that. So that's why you see a delay in some of the reporting, because I have to wait for the IA to complete their investigation. And there's a list of the items that I look at, and one thing I'll point out, because I know some people have questioned the body cams. Body cam activation is mandatory. And even though you may not have a complaint lodged against you, it may be lodged against the 2 officers or an officer that was with you on a call. If you fail to activate your body cam, even though the complaint's not on you, they will reprimand the officer that fails to activate the body cam. There's very few exceptions or when they're not expected to activate their body cams. So I won't go through all of those, so we can go to the next slide. And these are some of the other items that I look at. And one of the things I will say, the officer interviews, some of those officer interviews can take as much as 3 and 4 hours. So when I do my review, I know some of the public responds or makes an assessment based on a 20-second portion of either body cam or surveillance video from a business, et cetera. I don't go based solely on that. I look at everything, and so if there's several officers on scene, there may be 20 to 30 hours of just interviews alone. It doesn't even include all the body cam video. So that's why it takes the review review several weeks, if not a month, on top of the I-8 investigation. And one of the things I should also specify, my reviews are administrative. They're not criminal. So criminal is left up to the District Attorney's Office and the United States Department of Justice. So I need to point that out. Next, please. These are the categories of my reports when I put them out. And these categories were not present in the previous reports. They were all lumped together. So we break them down as far as officer-involved shootings, including in-custody deaths, and I also start including officer-involved shootings regarding dogs. And I actually review the officer-involved shootings regarding dogs. It's usually a dog. It's very seldom it's a different animal. Unreasonable force, bias, discourteous conduct, or conduct unbecoming, and administrative performance. Those are issues in which the officer may have violated policy, and it's really not interacting with the public. It's an internal issue. And then vehicle accidents. And these are the changes I've made to the reports to do my best to enhance transparency with the public where they weren't done before. I review all cases, like I said before, including informal complaints. And I do OIS mapping, which is officer-involved shooting mapping, which shows you at a snapshot where all the shootings took place over the last 5 years in the city of Fresno. So you know, if you live in a certain part of town, are they shooting more people in my area than other parts of town? So you can see just by looking at the map, and it's color-coded by year, so you know where each shooting took place. And also, I began listing the complaints by policing districts. There's 5 policing districts. So you know the number of complaints are the same or close, and you could see, don't quote me on it, the numbers are there. They're similar across the board, so you don't have a portion of town, whether or not it's northeast, northwest, southeast, central, that has more complaints than the other portions. And then also, in the past, they did not list in, Council President, you asked about what happens when an officer leaves, et cetera. Sometimes in the past, if an officer or employee left before the internal investigation was completed, they would say suspend the case and it would drop off the books. I said, well, as far as transparency, if you're the complainant and you're trying to find out what's going on with your complaint, and all of a sudden it's no longer on the books, you're wondering what happened to it. So I list that it's suspended. I cannot state why the employee is no longer with the department. It may be terminated or they may left on their own will, but they're just no longer with the Fresno Police Department. And then I also list all the discipline across the board based on the categories. And in one category, respond to community questions or requests. When we're out speaking, we may have groups that may ask me a question or two that aren't really included in my reports, so I will go back and try and address that. And one of the things that came up, people had a different idea of what the Homeless Task Force was doing. So we met with Captain Burke at that time, who was in charge of the Homeless Task Force. I did a segment on the Homeless Task Force, and I know Congressmember Bredefeld used it in one of his community briefings that showed to the public what they're actually doing, how many people they come in contact are actually being arrested, how many are getting programs. And then finally, the recommendations, regardless of the findings, even if I agree with the police department as far as their actions on an investigation, I'm gonna make recommendations regarding their policy or procedure or training. And I've done that since I've been here 43 times, and people will say, well, and even Council President Arias, you raised this question, how do we know that they're actually listening to what you're saying or they're taking action? Out of the 43 recommendations I've made in the last 3 years, they have made changes to policy, procedure, training, or counseling with an officer or an employee over 88% of the time. So that's 37% that they've done, 37 times. And what I do, so it shows the public, I'm just not taking their word for it. I print their responses verbatim in my following report, what they told me based on my recommendations, what they need to do, what I felt should be changed. And one thing I'll point it out, because I know we're getting short on time, I'm probably way beyond my 10 minutes, and I apologize. The most recent case, which created a lot of uproar, even though I went against the police department on that use of force case, and I made 2 recommendations, although the police department did not agree with my assessment, they still incorporated those 2 recommendations that I made based on policies that are coming out in the future, and I obtained that directly from Chief Hall. Next.
John, and those recommendations are tracked in your reports, right?
Yes,
For the
yes.
public to know.
You will see in the supplemental report that came out, there's 2 recommendations at the end. And those 2 recommendations, I'll get the written response because it was too short of a turnaround by the time I made them and when Chief Hall said they were going to incorporate them. And I have his email to confirm that they're going to do that. Thank you. And right out of the gate, to show as far as transparency, doing my best to try and enhance transparency with the community. First thing I did was reach out to every one of the council members to say, hey, we are available one-on-one and to attend your community meetings. And I've even reached out to the council member-elect, Mr. Maxwell, to let him know we're available. We take in-office appointments. We're available 7 days a week. We've addressed groups, over 145 groups or events over the last 3 years. And every time, I'll just go forward. The next slide deals with the transparency efforts. And just to show, these are some of the highlights over the last 3 years. Can we go to the next slide, please? We've addressed over 145 groups or events, but just to show you the effort that we try and make to do it, the West Fresno Ministerial Alliance, very jam-packed agenda. They were able to give us 5 minutes at 7 a.m. We went down and met with them for 5 minutes at 7 a.m. And then after the Sacramento Police Department shooting of Stephon Clark, there was a meeting at the Southwest Policing District Pastors at the Rising Star Missionary Baptist Church, where they were concerned about what was going on in Sacramento after Stephon Clark being shot. So they invited Chief Dyer at the time, the FBI, and myself. Knowing that some of the emotions were running high, I attended that. I went to each one of them, with one exception, of the community meetings to elect the next police chief, and it was to monitor it. And if someone got up and said something that was very critical regarding the police department, et cetera, after the meeting, I approached them because I wanted details, because I was hearing these complaints, but I wasn't seeing these complaints. And I can tell you, every person that I asked for details, and I hate to say it, one of them was a religious leader from the Northwest area. When you ask them for details, they were unable to provide the details. And I've asked several times for that same religious leader to provide me details, and his response was, this is just what I've heard. Well, I have to go based on fact. I can't go based on urban legend or what people are talking about. The LGBTQ issue, we had a group that wanted us to meet. We went there. Unfortunately, they couldn't get in the building. So it was in August, suit and tie. I think it was probably about 108 degrees. We did it in the parking lot because we weren't going to turn them away just because we couldn't get into the building. Bringing Back Broken Neighborhoods to life. That was after the video of the Murrieta Golding shooting was released. We were invited to address the group because they were upset based on the video, even though my assessment of that shooting had been out for over a year. So knowing it was going to be somewhat of a contentious group, we went down and I met with them. And I don't know if anyone had written or read my review. I took my review, made copies of it, handed it out, and also handed out the state law on use of force, which most in attendance had never read. So these are the things. We do not avoid confrontation, and I try and do my best to entertain any type of issues with concerns regarding the police department or my office itself. And the other ones, this is post-George Floyd. We monitored TV, radio, newspaper, social media, and if someone made public comments that were overly critical of the police department, I personally, between myself or Myra, reached out to them. One was that, and I saw the demand, I carry it with me, that I should be removed because I failed to prosecute an officer. And I know we have a few attorneys on the council. I don't do criminal reviews. So I met with this person, and it was, in fact, June 18th when they were painting the street in front of City Hall to explain to them what my role is. And to this date, that person has never called me, even though I gave my business card and brochure so I could explain what my office actually does. Another was a newspaper, no, it was actually a TV interview where a local pastor said he was tired of the police department planting guns and drugs on the young people, and there's police corruption going on. Tried to meet with him. Initially, it was agreed we were going to meet, and then he failed to follow through. And I will say this, there were members of the National Lawyers Guild and members of the Public Defender's Office that made comments. Both those groups agreed to meet with me, and we sat down and had a relatively large or long meeting that I thought was beneficial to both parties. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Question for you.
Yes.
So I think our department has a Hispanic Residence Academy. I think they do a Hmong one and different academies so that they learn about kind of our police department and so forth. Are you part of any of those academies?
I can say, just to answer your question, Najong. I learned to say hello in Hmong. We talked to the Hmong, Hispanic, every one of them, the Hmong. We've also talked to the Sikh community, the Syrian community. So we try and reach out to as many folks as possible. And I will say that the Hmong Residence Academy was probably one of the most highly attended, because there was probably close to 100 plus folks in that. And we were scheduled to do the most recent one, but unfortunately COVID. So we do that. Thank you.
Mr. Guiara?
Yes.
Over here. Actually, you may not remember this, but the first time we met was actually when I was a resident, was a part of that Citizens Police Academy. So I really appreciated that.
Did you enjoy the presentation?
I did. Mostly your assistant. She was a lot better. No, I'm just kidding. No, I do appreciate the information, though.
No, thank you.
And answering critical questions.
Thank you. Next, regarding the delayed report that came out, and just to put some things on record.
Auditor,
Yes.
is it delayed, or did you just withhold it until you thought it was the right time?
It was delayed. It was never going to be withheld. It was delayed. There's a difference in terminology there.
Walk me through the difference.
The
I
difference
want to
is-
make sure that the public understands your explanation.
It was never going to be retained, concealed, not disseminated. It was delayed. And the thing that I point out, and then finally someone posted on our office, our Facebook page for Office of Independent Review, they admit that it was posted in my June or July report. Black and white. I expanded, because initially the only complaint was on 2 officers for an excessive force, unreasonable force. That's the only thing the public was waiting to see. I expanded for every alleged allegation on the officers, and I put in there the department was completed with theirs on May 20th, 2020, and right to the right of that it said would be released in the 3rd quarter. And I put that out in July. No one called to ask me, and anyone that did, I explained that when it was going to be released. So
That's actually one of the, Mr. President, is it okay if I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fair
one of the
point.
questions I actually had for you. So I dug up my old copy of the report. Sorry, it's a little tattered. You sent a supplement for the 2nd quarter report, what, about 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago?
Yes, approximately.
Okay. And this is the old, so I heard that claim and I went and looked, and lo and behold, on page 8, you actually did, and I highlighted it, released when the incident occurred, the date it was completed, but you put to be released in 3rd quarter report. So if any of us actually read this, we could have called you and looked into it. Because when I emailed you on Friday after the news reports, I was pretty alarmed, the day after our council meeting. We met, what, on Monday?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. So there was no deception. And then when I was asked about it during the subcommittee meeting, I could have easily said, you'll see that in 2 weeks, because that's essentially when it came out. But I elaborated and told them exactly why it was delayed. And the one thing I should point out, if you go back to, and no one's going to remember, Resolution 2017-75, I was hired under the resolution which said my job was to produce an annual report.
Got it, yeah.
Okay, if you talk to, that's on record, you look at any police auditor where they do annual reports, those reports don't normally come out to 6 to 8 months after the close of the year. So I just looked at an annual report for 2019, was just released September 2020. So if I would have adhered to that, you wouldn't see this until June, July of next year. However, after a few months, I requested they amend the resolution because I said, it's not transparent to the community. Because of an officer-involved shooting takes a year to investigate, and then it takes another year, 18 months for my report to come out. That incident could be as delayed as far as 2.5 years before it actually becomes public. I said, no one's going to remember, and some people may not even care. So I had them amended to quarterly at my request. And if you read it, even quarterly, There was nothing in the resolution that says my quarterly reports have to encompass everything within that quarter. I started doing that.
Understood. So is it fair to describe it as a misunderstanding?
On the public's part, yes.
Yes. Okay, fair enough.
Right. So if the resolution wants to be amended, I'm a rule follower. I hold the members of the police department to their policies and procedures that are existing. I would be expected, I would be held to the same accountability. So if it's amended,
that's fair.
I will adhere to that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. So that's the case. And in the previous, the OIR that previously was operated under basically the same policy. The only thing that was changed is annual and quarterly. And yet, if you go back and look, 24 times over that 3-year period, cases were adjudicated by the police department, but not included in that report. It says pending. So it was 24 times, and 6 times there were officer-involved shootings. It was never an issue with anyone within the public or within administration. So it was a self-imposed policy on my part to get everything within the quarter to be released. So one time out of 3 years, it didn't happen that way.
I think it's fair to say that the national environment and the recent incidents have just made everybody super hypersensitive and a little bit of distrusting of public entities. So I think there was criticism, there was clear misunderstanding. You've clarified it, so thank you for doing that.
And like I said, anyone that questioned me on it, I explained to them. So in closing, basically I operated within the guidelines in which were on record, 2018-85. And if I hadn't requested a change, you actually wouldn't have seen that report till next June or July. And I've done everything I possibly could to increase the transparency of our reporting. And I will say this, I listened to the callers that when you had public comment, basically last week, prior to me being scheduled to this. And so I took that to heart. And a lot of them are saying that this Office of Independent Review should be modeled out of one of the Bay Area models. And if you look, it's probably been in existence longer than any other independent auditor. They do not have access to department complaints. So if there's an officer-involved shooting, unless you file a complaint, that independent auditor can't review the complaint, can't review the shooting. So if you look at this, if that was the situation here, better than 50, 60% or more, twice as many complaints would not be reviewed by this office. And I'll say this as far as transparency. I haven't talked to an auditor yet that has the amount of access that I have, and I've been criticized because I have so much access, they think I'm too friendly with the police department. You're darned if you do, darned if you don't. They give me access to everything possible, and if you look at my reports to other auditor reports, I'm open to constructive criticism. Show me a report that shows as much detail on an officer-involved shooting or a use of force case that I put in mine. I basically almost put everything absent the officers' names, and I actually push the envelope at sometimes.
Auditor, I think several things are true at the same time. One is you followed the rule and the procedures as outlined. There was clearly a misunderstanding on the timing of the release of the report. There is a lot more scrutiny than there previously used to be at the national and local level. And I think part of the challenge, even for me as a council member, I tend to be blindsided and see the videos of use of force in the media before we even see them. Because we tend to deal with matters and not see any of the evidence until it gets to the litigation point and settlement. Since there's the strong mayor form of government has all these employees reporting to the mayor day-to-day oversight. So I think the public also assumes that the council has insight and access, and I can assure the public that I don't have anywhere near the level of access as the auditor does, nor the mayor or city manager or police chief for legal reasons. So sometimes we are just as surprised as they are when video pops up years after an incident occurred, years after it was described as routine and justified, years after it was in a report somewhere where you looked at it independently. So it just, I think there's a lot of variables that create this space in which we have to wrestle with things that we're seeing on TV or on social media, on the news, that surprise all of us.
Sure. And to that point, you'll see my recommendation off the most recent supplemental case that I put out. I touched on that because they do what's called a use of force application. Anytime an officer displays force, and there's a segment in my supplemental which explains that. So I said, if there's a use of force application and injuries are sustained, I said, my recommendation is the sergeant that does the use of force review body cam when available, instead of going based solely on officer testimony, because sometimes it's not because they tried to misguide it, they weren't aware everything was going on. So that's a recommendation, and the chief said that they were going to adopt that.
Perfect. I just have one question for you from my end. Is you mentioned that 88% of your recommendations have been adopted by the police department based on the response to you and your findings. How do you confirm that they were actually executed or that they are adhered to, so that if you say, stop taking 3 steps forward and 2 to the left, that 6 months later, they're not still taking 2 steps forward and 2 to the left?
The following report, I will print the department's response verbatim, how they've given it to me. Yeah. And many times by then, if there was enough time for them to amend the policy, I'll reprint the policy or the policy identifiers. And their policy manual's online. And sometimes it may be a simple thing as talking to an officer, if an officer I thought was a safety issue regarding a firearm, and they'll talk to them. So you'll see their response coming directly from them. I don't amend it, I don't change it, it's not my summation, it's all in their words.
The change of policy is step one. The next step is implementation of that policy. Who's ultimately responsible for that policy being implemented?
There's a unit within Internal Affairs that amends the policy, and right now the policy and procedure is oversight by Deputy Chief Phil Cooley.
Thank you. Those are all my questions from my end.
Council President.
Turn over. Mayor, you have the floor.
Just to make a clarification, I have one employee, the city manager, so she has a few more than I do. Back in 2017, when I brought this forward to the council, the model, I think you were the third OIR in the city of Fresno. And again, as John said earlier, the other guy lived out of town, so I made it a full-time position. You had to live in town, and one of the duties was to go out to the community and reach out and get to understand the community. And like John said also, he's only had 1 report a year, then it was changed to, on his initiative, to 4 reports a year. And we do have a Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board that actually reports at least once or twice a year to the council. And they've had a role in making recommendations, for example, on body cameras and so on, that are eventually implemented. And that board does represent the diversity of our city. So 2017 was a different world than 2020. So thank you, John, for your presentation.
You're welcome. And one of the things I did, Councilman Bredefeld, I made sure I met with you and Councilmember Brandow, who voted against this position, to get your straight up exchange, and it went well.
Yeah. And, I want to say that I appreciate the changes that the mayor's made, because I think it has improved the position. I see the importance of the position. And so I'm glad that the position exists now, and I think it absolutely has tremendous importance. I want to say that my impression of you before all of this came about, this uproar, was that you were a man of great integrity, and you've proved it. I mean, you've proven it, Mr. Gliada. You have attended a meeting that I had in the community. You've outlined how you've reached out to the entire community, no matter who asks, when they ask. You are there. You put out a report that was critical of the police. As people were criticizing you, they didn't even really know your report was critical of the police, which is antithetical to what one columnist hack at the Fresno Bee, who loves to attack the police and attacked you on a personal level as well. I mean, his columns are worthless. His opinions are worthless. He's a big reason why the Fresno Bee is bankrupt, and he attacked you personally. And you have demonstrated over and over transparency. As you said, going from 1-year report to 4 reports quarterly, that's about being transparent. And so I just want to say thank you on behalf of the citizens for doing a phenomenal job. You are doing a phenomenal job. You will continue to do a phenomenal job. And there's no doubt you're independent, and that's exactly what an independent auditor is supposed to be, is independent. You have a history of great integrity with your prior service with the FBI and other organizations. And I just want to tell you, many, many people are grateful for your independence, for your transparency, for your honesty, and for the report that you provide the citizens of Fresno. And people can criticize, should you have included in the prior report, or shouldn't you? That's fair, and we're all subject to criticism for every decision that we make. But I think you've been very clear as to your logic and your reasoning, and it's been clearly transparent. You were transparent when you presented it, that why you did it, and that was your opinion, and that's being transparent. And I think that's all we can ask, is have a person of great integrity and openness, and review every incident with a clear eye, with no bias leanings towards the police or not towards the police. And you do that, every time. And I want to thank you, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. I just add one thing. I know people, another criticism, they think I rubber stamp things, et cetera. You go back 30 years, at least 30 years, there was only one time the Fresno Police Department was charged in a civil rights violation for excessive force. Not that I'm bragging about it, but it was back from an incident in 2005, and it was an FBI investigation, and I was the FBI supervisor here at that time. So if I identify some wrongdoing, I will proceed no matter. And then there was several since then when I was executive manager over the FBI over this area, where it was Fresno Police Department 2 other times. And not that I relish in doing that, but if you identify someone doing something wrong, not upholding the trust of the community, it will be addressed.
Thank you for that reassurance. Any other comments, Councilmember?
Well, you kind of answered a question, Mr. Gallardo, that I was going to ask about your previous work with the FBI, and if you've ever had to put people in jail that violated the public's trust, like politicians or police officers. So, it's really, really important, and I think it's fair to say that this council takes corruption very seriously, whether it's an individual that's elected to serve and takes an oath, or it's a sworn first responder. And I'm very confident that you are going to be that extra layer on top of internal affairs, a district attorney, a grand jury, and having an independent police auditor. Because I remember the day they were fighting for one, and it was difficult to get one. Like the day they were fighting for body-worn cameras. And it turns out it's actually some of the best things that ever happened to increasing transparency. But you have a very difficult job, because anybody can go on the internet and be a keyboard cowboy, or anybody can make a statement they believe, and it's their right to freedom of speech. But unfortunately, words can hurt. Now, if someone does something wrong, we have to get to the root of it and stop it. But some of those statements that you talked about before, about planting drugs or guns, that's very serious. That's a serious charge. So I think when we have to take responsibility for our community, not just expecting you to do it, but for us to do it as well. So unless we know something happened, we should be very, very careful. It's like the person who cried wolf. At some point, people won't believe us anymore. So I really appreciate you taking the initiative and trying to go to the source of those tweets and those comments and say, if you've heard about this, I'm accessible. Tell me. I'll look into it. And that I think is the true role of an independent police auditor. And if you want to comment on that.
Well, I agree. I carried a badge for 30 years. The last thing I want to see is someone tarnishing that badge, no matter if it's a local cop, state cop, federal agent. I hate to say it, I considered Keith Foster a friend of mine. And when that case was presented to me as the executive manager of the FBI, I thought there was 2 Keith Fosters in the police department, because I didn't think it was the same one. So it was a difficult decision, but the decision we had to make. And it was one that, I won't hesitate if I come across something similar to that in my reviews.
And let me I think we all support that. All of us, every one of us, does not want to have a police officer who tarnishes the badge. They have a tremendous responsibility. You know it better than anybody. To put on that badge and have that kind of power is a tremendous responsibility. And we only want the best of the best. And I have no doubt when you see something, should you see something, you will report it. You will say it in your report, as you should, and as we expect, and as the city of Fresno expects you to do, you'll do it. Because we all share the same belief. We want the absolute best colorblind police. There should be no bias, no implicit bias. Everybody should be treated exactly equally under the law, everyone. And should that be found that that's not the case, that needs to be rooted out. And I believe that you will continue to do that and be independent in your judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would agree with my colleagues that when we provide somebody the authority to deadly force, that we should hold them to the highest standard of oversight and accountability. Because ultimately, policing is a public being asked to police, and the responsibility and the burden to utilize deadly force and take a life is the highest one that's available to any public servant. And as such, we should not be scared of ensuring the oversight and the accountability when that oath is violated for any reason. We ought to enforce it, because our police officers, our firefighters, our city staff, they have a heavy lift. Everybody does, and I think they do the best they can, and we all need to make sure that we're all equally accountable for doing the best we can every single day with the tasks that we're given. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the general public, this is a workshop which is designed to be a study session for the City Council. So we will not be taking any public comment on this matter since there is no action to consider. Again, we have scheduled a heavy calendar in addition to doing a second series of budget hearings this year and a full council meeting today. We also wanted to dive deeper into the oversight of the police auditor and his operation, because it's that important for our city. With that, council, if we have one more item to go through before we go into closed session, that is returning to the budget hearings. We have one last budget to review. That is our folks at the pension system who are requesting more money from the city's budget. So come on down, like it's, what's that game they used to play on TV? Make you come down the aisle?
The price is right.
Yeah, the price is right. Come on down, but there's no money to have, so let's not over ask.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, council
Can
members.
you speak closer to the mic, just because I know you're taller, you can raise that podium? Yeah. The pension
that
is so
better?
important to us that we want to hear you clearly. Yes.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, Mr. President, council members. How may I help you?
We'd like to know, in the budget that was provided by staff, there is, in my view, a significant increase in the obligations and contributions for the pension fund. We'd like to understand why it is that the pension system is asking for more money at this time. From my elementary understanding, the stock market has been amazing thanks to Council President Bredefield's president, Trump. So I'm not understanding why it is that the pension system is asking for higher contributions from the city coffers.
Would you like the short answer or the former college professor answer?
Let's try the guy who can't balance his checkbook answer first.
That would be California Government Code 7501 through 7504, which requires all public pensions in California to use an actuary and act on their recommendations. That would be Fresno Municipal Code 3-305, which the council passed many years ago, which requires the pension boards to use those actuaries and then change the contributions on an annual basis. That would be Chapter 3-505, which has the other pension board held to the same standard. As to the markets, yes, they are very well, doing very well, but it's also based a lot on a rolling average, not just this year.
What would be the rolling average? Because the markets have been performing very well for at least 10 years. Actually, President Obama had a better stock market gain than President Trump did. Let's just make that record clear. So if we're going to talk about the horses, President Obama was a much stronger horse for the stock market. What is that rolling average, please?
I don't have that number with me.
Can you get back to us?
Absolutely.
Hey, they use a smoothing, which goes back over a long period of time. It takes into account booming markets. It takes into account the years that go down. It used to be 8.5% when I came here was the presumed rate. It's currently 7%. Is that correct? Or 7
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and that is based on these rolling averages over a period of time. The methodology has been proven pretty successful.
If I may interrupt, that actual assumed rate of return is based on forward-looking expectations, not the rolling average looking backwards. So you've got multiple things, and it's about to get very long-winded, and I apologize. The actuary looks at the actual life expectancies of the employees. They look at what's changed over time. They look at the promises that have been made in MOUs. They look at the promises that have been made by the salaries increasing. Does the pension system have enough assets to pay based on what the Fresno Municipal Code requires? Then they look at the investment return assumptions. Then they look at the rolling average, as the mayor pointed out. So they're looking at multiple items.
Can you just provide the council exactly what numbers you're using to determine your actuarials?
Well, that was provided to the council January 16th. The system's employees' retirement system adopted a contribution of an average of 13.03 from a 11.11. Is that what you're asking? The fire and police blended tiers went from 19.59 to 22.82.
So there was approximately a 3%, 4% increase in what you anticipate is the city's contribution to the pension fund?
I believe that's what is required, but yes, sir.
Is that for this year, or is that going forward, and if so, how many years?
Fiscal year 21. It's an annual thing.
Okay. Is there any variables that you control that would reduce the rate of increase?
Unfortunately, I am not in charge of the stock markets, so no, sir.
No? It would be us then. We would have to do it from our end in terms of negotiate labor agreements?
That would be something for the council to consider, but not under my purview.
Okay, fair enough.
Council President, there's a board. There's one for public safety and one for all the other employees. That's composed of management and employees. They meet as part of your retirement board, correct?
The pension boards.
The pension board, yeah.
Yes, both meet several times a month. I'm unsure what you're asking, Mr. Mayor.
And don't they make the recommendations on the rates? And
They adopt those recommendations, yes, sir.
right, okay. And the employees, they are very well trained. I remember, I forgot the name of the fireman that was on there for a number of years. He's a tall guy.
I don't know. Okay. From my perspective, I have what I need. I don't know if there's any questions from the rest of the council.
Thank you.
All right, seeing none,
Thank you very much.
Is there, before you go, is there any members of the public wishing to comment on the pension portion of the city's budget? Seeing none, we'll come back. Thank you, Mr.
Feller.
Yes, sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Council, before we end this budget hearing, I do want to give the council an opportunity to make some final budget motions. If you don't have any, I have a couple I'd like to be considered. One is a motion to set aside $1 million to begin the process of implementing the recommendations by the Fresno Commission on Police Reform, which you should receive a tentative draft tomorrow. Is there a second for that motion? The mayor second the motion. It's $1 million set aside for the recommendations of the Police Commission on Reform.
I'll second it.
All right, second by Member Esparza. And my second motion is to fund $250,000 from the Public Works Department to fund the truck route study needed for the South Industrial Triangle. The airport has set aside up to $500,000. The county needs to set aside a portion, and our portion should probably be around $250,000, so we can continue to push the plans through to open up that area for commercial industrial development. So there-
Second.
All right. Second by Member Chavez. Those are the last two motions I have for this budget process. Any
Council-
others?
Council President, we get to make motions up to the day of the vote? Is that?
I am hoping, council, that we can do as many motions as possible today so that staff has the weekend to work through. We did schedule Friday as a potential day for budget motions and a council meeting. We do have it on the calendars if necessary, but so far, I don't see it necessary unless the council chooses otherwise. Does the council feel necessary to come back tomorrow for another round of budget hearings and motions? None? We had set aside Friday as tentative. Oh, the 20th. The
Yeah.
20th would be an opportunity to vote on all the motions, correct? Next Tuesday?
President, we could always, I don't think tomorrow is necessary, but if there is going to be a motion by a council member and they anticipate it, they could at least send it to staff, not to council, obviously, that has to be done in public, but maybe send it over to the administration, that way they can work it in and they aren't blindsided. I'm not sure if that's a potential solution. That way
Sure.
we can
All right, council, then this completes the budget hearing for today. The next time the council will meet is on October 20th to vote on the motions at 9 a.m. And then, of course, we meet on October 22nd for the next council meeting and potentially a vote on the final budget. With that, we will now convene to closed session. Legal counsel, what's on the closed session agenda?
Yes, my understanding is the real property negotiation has been.
It's
pulled
been
from the
tabled to
agenda.
next week.
For next week?
Yes.
And then the evaluation.
Council President?
I'm sorry. Yes,
Council
you're right.
President, this is Henry Yarrow,
Uh-huh.
Budget Manager. May I ask a point of clarification on your last motion?
Yes,
You motioned for, is it 250,000?
yes.
And what was the funding source?
The Public Works budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I'll email those out to everyone.
Perfect.
So council, we will not do evaluations today. We will do the legal cases on the agenda, and if we have time, we'll get to the real estate negotiations.
All right, so on the agenda, we have real property negotiation concerning the listed APN. Also, Laura versus City of Fresno, Lexington versus City of Fresno, public security, and also a potential litigation, City of Fresno versus Shannon. I
Do
would
we
not
an-
expect any announcement.
We don't anticipate any action to report out, so staff, get ready for the legal cases and then potentially real estate negotiations. Thank you all, and see you in your respective offices for closed session.